Okay, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. It's Wednesday, July 10th. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting. And we're going to start off with additions or deletions to the agenda. John, do you have anything for us?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
You sure you don't want some deletions?
You want to delete something?
Want is a different thing, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go right to public comment. I think we have some people here in the room who'd like to say something. Come on down. Terry, I see you, the brave first one.
Here's my chair.
Just have a seat, whichever one, and we'll make sure the mic's turned on.
And it has a microphone. Can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you. We can hear you.
I'm here today to speak about the Castle Creek Bridge. I understand I only get 3 minutes. Obviously, this could go on for a couple days, but a while back I was getting a haircut, and the lady who was giving me a haircut had just finished with a construction worker that was working on the Castle Creek Bridge. This is when they were doing the expansion joints on the bridge. And he's told her, sort of in confidence, but didn't go very far, but that the bridge was in serious trouble. And guess what? It is in serious trouble. As you've seen some of the pictures in the paper, those are all generated by an engineering firm, Jacobs Engineering, to look at that bridge and figure out what we can do to get it up to a more fair circumstance. So what I'm here today is just to explain something that seems to be misleading. First of all, if we construct this 3-lane shifted, what they're talking about, it will not involve any stoppage of traffic. What they're going to do is construct 1 lane, and they're going to switch that over, and then they're going to construct another lane, they're going to construct the 3rd lane. So the beauty of this project is you can get a complete project without disrupting traffic. So I want to make that really clear, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about that. Also, this group, Friends of Meralt, actually it's Friends of Castle Creek Bridge, not Friends of Meralt, have hired an attorney that specializes in NEPA law. His name is Bill Eubanks. All of his stuff is posted on the City Council website. You can do your own investigation. He's pretty confident this does not require a new NEPA investigation, which is also a plus in this community. So what I'm saying is that the immediacy of repairing this bridge has to be done sooner than later. And the beauty of this concept, it's not going to disrupt traffic, as I've said before. Also, I want to make it clear that if they do what they're talking about, we could have 2 lanes out, 1 lane in. Obviously, there's more to that than just saying that simple process, but I'm just here today to give you confidence, possibly even looking for an endorsement for getting this bridge fixed. If we talk about the straight shot, as we're all concerned about, that's still out there. And it could be something for the future, who knows. But if we fix this bridge now, we've solved one problem. 25 years ago, this bridge was in need of construction, and guess what? It still needs construction. So that's why I'm here today, is to try to get this done in an immediate manner, not fool around anymore, not wait another 10 years for funding, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it would be a plus for this community to pursue that, and then future generations can figure out the rest from there. And that's really all I have to say.
Thanks, Terry. Thanks
Nice
for
to
coming
see you.
in.
Thank you very much.
Very succinct. Okay, public comment still open. Rachel, come on up.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here on your long agenda day. I'm here today regarding Highway 82 as well, the City of Aspen, the Friends of Meralt, and the 1998 Record of Decision for the entrance to Aspen. It has long been known that the Castle Creek Bridge is past its useful life and deteriorating, but now that fact is being used as a created crisis to force a functionally obsolete and inferior highway design on all of Highway 82 users. The City Council chose not to begin final design and engineering of the ETA Record of Decision Preferred Alternative in May of 2023. So we've seen over a year, probably about 14 months wasted, if not further, when engineering and final design could be done. Instead, they contracted a new design entrance program whose only real criteria was not using the federally approved and fully mitigated Meralt Transportation Corridor. I'm concerned that the commitments that Aspen and Pickens County made in the 1998 ETA ROD PA to transportation demand management measures are being broken, as are the commitments to the very system that will help manage future traffic growth by offering mobility without single occupant vehicles, enhanced mass transit, and dedicated bus-only lanes to and from Aspen. Frankly, the entire valley followed Aspen's 1998 ROD Preferred Alternative direction, voting to form Colorado's first Rural Transportation Authority, the RTA, just 2 years later in the year 2000 to deal with traffic growth, congestion, and to offer transit alternatives. What is built eventually for the entrance to Aspen will affect bus turnaround times, cost, and efficiency. It will impact traffic in Glenwood Springs as commuters from Silt, Parachute, Rifle, and beyond choose whether to ride the bus or drive a car. Slower transit travel times are being minimized by the Friends of Meralt as just a few extra minutes for some people. But looked another way, the 3-lane bridge favors single occupant vehicles while it delays and deprioritizes transit. Just a few extra minutes, day after day, across dozens of buses and hundreds, if not thousands, of passengers who are making the mass transit sacrifice, waiting in the cold and the snow for late buses, sitting next to strangers, or finding standing room only, losing flexibility to change plans, driving to park and ride lots, and leaving before breakfast and getting home after dinner. The concept that Aspen commissioned and wishes CDOT will construct without NEPA analysis of future population growth, commuting workforce projections, or integration with the already built ETA ROD infrastructure like the bus-only lanes on the Maroon Creek Bridge is fatally flawed. Jacobs Engineering was not commissioned to see what best supported transit users, what was best for the Rural Transportation Authority, supported by all of our property and sales taxes, or what would improve the utilization of the Brush Creek Interstate lot, or how to achieve the governor's climate action goals for transportation sector emission reductions, which would be in line with your climate emergency resolution. They were not commissioned to develop new or better solutions. Just ask, can a 3-lane bridge be built where the old bridge is now, and how so that the Meralt Transportation Corridor is not used, period. Specifically, the 1998 Record of Decision gave transit riders a dedicated bus-only lanes into and out of Aspen, integrating with the now-built bus-only lanes in the 1998 ROD approvals from Buttermilk to the roundabout. The 3-lane Castle Creek Bridge concept leaves buses and bus riders in mixed traffic and stops all traffic every few minutes by retaining the cemetery lane traffic light. This eliminates travel time gains created by the new bridge for transit and general traffic. Additionally, there's a nationally designated historic 4F property on Main Street that will be impacted by the constructions proposed by easing the pinch points, which should be addressed via an EIS. Without independent, unbiased review via a NEPA process, no one can be assured that the design produced by the consultants, the paid consultants, is either workable, safe, or can be achieved without other significant property takings along its route.
Okay, Rachel,
NEPA
we're at about
scoping,
4.5 minutes now.
Okay, I will try to finish this up quickly, Greg. NEPA scoping and analysis would address these questions, such as, will this plan, 15 years from now, keep the roundabout from locking up every winter afternoon as the schools let out and the skiers come down Castle Creek Road? I think, to close up, guys, there has been no public meetings about this held by the city of Aspen in the past year where public comment was accepted. Now, we had multiple meetings on the lumberyard, public comment, what, how big, for who. We've had multiple
Hey,
meetings.
You're starting to drift. Really,
Yeah, I am.
Your time's up.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. But there have been no public meetings or discussions that this board has held either. And we need to know, is the Board of County Commissioners watching out for all Highway 82 users? Are you friends of transit, or are you friends of Meralt?
Thanks,
Thank
Rachel.
you.
Okay, who dares to go next? Are you sure, Ellen?
No, I'm not. It's okay. I'll be brave.
Did you say brief?
No. No, I did not. I said brave. Anyway, good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. I want to talk about process. I sent you all two letters a couple weeks ago. I'm not going to go into that, but what I want to talk about is process. And that is, how does the public have informed, intelligent decision or conversation, rather, with you guys? It's really hard when you're working to come in at noon, take time off, sit through these meetings, and then be cut off at 3 minutes. So what I'm going to ask for is a couple of things. One is that I see there's a caveat on your agendas that say 3 minutes unless otherwise advised by the chair. And I think that's reasonable. You know, you just demonstrated that. And I wish that you would direct the Airport Advisory Board to have the same guidelines. It's Mr. Timer, 3 minutes, and you're done. At the last Airport Advisory Board, there were 5 agenda items that were really important for me as a citizen to say something, and to have 3 minutes for 5 agenda items is not reasonable. So I would ask you to consider changing that and putting the caveat also on their agenda, 3 minutes, unless there's a reason to go more. The other thing is, how can the public have reasonable, informed, intelligent, respectful conversation with the Airport Advisory Board about the pollution issue at the airport? There is emerging science in the last year, 6 months, and even in the last couple weeks, especially by a group called Technology and Environment out of Europe. And this is really, this wasn't here a couple years ago. They are showing increasingly that the nanoparticles, the tiny, tiny particles that the EPA doesn't even have standards for, are linked with heart, respiratory, neurological conditions, pregnancy issues, among others, and they are emitted at takeoff and landing, as well as at altitude, and people in nearby neighborhoods. This is emerging science. I really am concerned that the Airport Advisory Board is not considering this new science. So that's my 2 requests. The Airport Advisory Board add reasonableness, and number 2, there be a process where we can talk about science. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. Could you
Thank you,
send
Ellen.
that report to our public health, to Kurt Dahl?
I can't remember if I sent this one to Kurt. I've sent other things to Kurt,
Okay.
and I never get anything back. I've sent it also to Community Health. Never get it. Never get even a report.
You can send it to our office. We'll make sure
Okay.
they see it.
Yeah, and this is just one of many.
Right.
And it's recent. So thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen. Okay, so who's next? Anybody want to? Maybe that's it?
There were 2 other women who'd contacted me that they were coming, but they might be stuck
Maybe-
on the
they
Maroon
might be
Castle
stuck in
Creek
traffic.
Bridge, so.
Well, I don't see anyone else with their hand up. I'm going to close the public comment and bring us back. Thank you all. I apologize for being abrupt, but we kind of set a rule so everybody can have the same amount of time. Consent items, single reading.
Commissioner comment.
Oh, Commissioner
Commissioner
comments.
comments.
Oh, I was just going to skip that. Okay, Patty, why don't you start?
Yeah, this is gonna be hard. Can I have the Kleenex, please? I just want to let the John Ely's family know that they're in our thoughts and prayers. So the public knows, we had passing of the County Attorney John Ely about 2 weeks ago. And it's been very difficult for the county, for the family, for the community to have lost such a wise and wonderful man, great attorney, a character in more than his own right. So I would like to ask this board if we can just do a moment of silence for John and his family and friends. Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Patty. I know that was hard, and I appreciate you bringing it up. John's been in our thoughts for quite a while, and our condolences to his family and all of his friends, his co-workers, who I know he meant a lot to so many of us. Thank you. Other comments? Francie?
Some good news. Greg, unless you want to announce this.
No, you can do it.
Greg and I went to Washington in, I think, February to talk to the Transportation Department and alert them that we were applying for some grants, and we just received news that we did in fact receive those grants, over $32 million. They are basically tied to electrification, but they'll be applied at the West Glenwood Transportation Center for RAFTA. So it's the largest grant RAFTA's ever gotten. It's very exciting. And when we were there, the Department of Transportation was incredibly warm and welcoming to us. And they said that they always hear about RAFTA. They follow RAFTA. They know what's going on with RAFTA because it is a uniquely successful transportation authority. It's the largest rural transportation authority in the country. So that's good news. And just a comment, I was coming over the Crown this morning on my way to work and horrified to discover that it had been mag chlorided about 5 minutes ahead of me. So I'm driving in mag chloride mud all the way over, and there was no notice from Public Works that this was happening. So I don't know if you can hear me, Brian, but I think a notice to the people of the county when that is happening would be really nice, because I was committed to that route before I was immersed in mag chloride. So.
Thanks, Francie. I just wanted to add to the RAFTA, the comment I remember from the DOT is they said, we know all about RAFTA and we know our money's well spent there. They were extremely complimentary. Just to hear them say, yeah, we know this is good value for the money as RAFTA's shown before. And I attribute that to the leadership of Dan Blankenship for 35 years. And he's going to be transitioning out. Kurt Ravenschlag's taking over. Kurt went to DC with us, along with Ben
Ludlow?
Ben Ludlow. And we had our RAFTA lobbyist with us, or associate, who guided us in, and it was just amazing. Those guys, they were so accommodating, and it's such great news to hear from both senators' offices that we received that grant.
I want to
So thank you.
thank the two of you for braving Washington, D.C.
Yeah, in the spring, there were cherry blossoms. It really wasn't
yeah,
too
right.
hard.
And we should thank Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper too for their
Definitely.
support.
Yeah, the
That makes a
senators.
big difference.
If anybody wants to call them and thank them, that would be a really nice thing to do, because how often do you get a check for $34 million? Let's see, I wanted to say something here.
I think Steve has his hand
Oh,
up,
Steve.
too.
Oh, Steve, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make it in there today in person. I have irrigating water running, and it took me longer this morning than I anticipated getting that done. So then there was not time to get into town. So I won't be in person in a meeting until in the second half of August, because I'm flying to Alaska for a month to be with our daughter and other relatives in Alaska for a month, but I will be zooming in for all of the meetings while I'm up there. So I will see you all in person sometime later in August.
Great, Steve, thank you. We'll see you online.
I have a question for Steve.
Kelly, yeah.
Steve, will you be participating in the last land use item today?
Ryan and I discussed that and decided that I could participate in it.
Great, thank you. I was
Thanks for
curious about that.
clarifying. Thanks for asking that. Anything else?
No, I do want to revisit Rachel Richards' comments, maybe in open discussion, because I do think that we have been requesting a meeting with the city, a presentation on the Castle Creek Bridge for quite some time to no avail. And I think perhaps maybe we're getting to a point to maybe do that more formally or with a little bit more urgency. So we can revisit that in open discussion about future scheduling, but I just want to acknowledge her comments and recognize that there is a very important conversation happening that we are not actively engaged in, and I think it's a real miss on our part.
Thank you for that.
I
Appreciate
have
that.
something else, Greg, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to let people know that during a cattle drive on Prince Creek Road a couple of weeks ago, a driver, the cattle had left a driveway. They were going down Highway 133, and a driver didn't even slow down, didn't even hit his brakes, and hit two calves. And he said that he had seen the rider on the horse, but not the cows. I mean, it's lucky he didn't hit the driver on the horse since he didn't even slow down, but, so I just want to remind people that when cattle are on the highway, they have the right of way, and, you need to slow down and wait for, the cowboys to let you go by, or cowgirls, as the case may be. Also wanted to say that two of my sons were up bailing until 3 o'clock, not last night, but the night before, and so bailing is also going on all over the county, and it's really gorgeous right now to see all the hay bales out there, so I hope you'll enjoy that. And he's bailing again last night after the hockey game, he went up to the turnabout to bail for them because they're
And
not
there's
there.
no rain, luckily, right? There's no rain, so that.
Well, there's no rain, but the hay is very dry, so they have to bail in the
To
middle of
get
the
it.
night when there's dew.
Oh,
That's
got
why
it.
they're bailing in the middle of the night.
Ah,
Can I add to that? I have great history with going to Carbondale on Catherine Stowe Road, being in the position behind the cows, going down the road, and I loved calling my family in Southern California and taking a picture and showing them the traffic jam I was in versus the traffic jam they were in
great.
on the interstates or the freeways in Southern California.
I love
And
that.
they decided they weren't quite sure if my view plane was better than theirs, since I was literally looking at the rear of the cows.
rear end of a cow.
But it was,
There's a joke
for
about
me,
that.
being born and raised in Southern California, I loved it.
We do think the accident with the calves was probably caused by texting.
Maybe it was on the phone.
Don't text and drive.
There's a rule that if you're not the lead cow, the view's always the same, right? I just wanted to point out a couple things. There have been some bike wrecks recently. A lot of people cycling, which we appreciate. It's important to be safe. Some friends were just riding across town. I don't know if they had helmets or not. I think they were just going to the music tent and who knows what. Don't know the details, but someone opened a car door and the cyclist hit the car and was thrown to the ground and is now in the hospital in Denver and has not awoken from a coma. And we're just wishing best of luck to Carolyn and Gary. It's really a tragic thing. We're just hoping that she comes out of it and makes a recovery. The second two things are a little bit lighter. Spring Awakening, a play is opening at Soul Theater in Carbondale, Thunder River. Thursday night is the first night, and I think that's the theatrical event of the season, certainly. People that look like me are in it. And then finally, tonight is one of the
Two of them, by
Wednesday
chance?
night foreign cinema that Film Fest puts on at the ISIS. And Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown is showing tonight at the ISIS, and I'm going to try and see that again. It's Pedro Almodovar's Spanish director's film from the late 80s or 90s.
Women
Can
on
I
the
add on?
Verge.
Verge of a Nervous Breakdown. It's a comedy. It's
I'm
a
going to
comedy.
add on to the Soul production. So 5 of my students are in this production.
Oh, great.
And the producer and director of it was one of my students. She's really a star, Maisie.
Oh, great. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
And so it's a very exciting for Carbondale, but it'll be a show definitely worth seeing no matter where you live in the valley.
All right. So that's probably it for commissioner comments, unless anybody gone. All right, we're going to consent items. Single reading minutes of June 26th, regular meeting. I'm looking for a motion, unless you have discussion on that.
So moved.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Sorry, just to clarify, just for the minutes?
Just for the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I wanted to bring up next, resolution ratifying the appointment of a Pitkin County trustee to the Basalt Library Board. And Jeanette is going to present that to us.
I'm next.
Oh, you're next. Oh, you are next. So
Charlotte's
Charlotte's
being
not
up.
here. I thought you were just taking over for Charlotte. Maybe we're just moving too
So,
quickly for her.
Francie, you and Steve interviewed?
Steve and I interviewed Sarah Johnson. I've known Sarah Johnson for about 20 years. And, you know, she interviewed very well. She's really committed. She loves to read, and she is somebody who really believes in public service, so.
And she's
everybody.
online with her hand raised. if
Oh,
we
and she's
wanna
here.
invite
She's
her.
here. Sarah's
Great.
here. All right.
How do you know?
I can see it on
Excellent.
the-
Yeah, I see her. Thank you, Kelly. Well, I'm going to invite Steve to say something if he wants to. Did you want to comment, Steve?
Well, similar comments to Francie, but I've known Sarah for a really long time. She will be filling the remaining time on a term. It's not a full term. I think she's being appointed to, but we really appreciate her stepping forward to be on the Basalt Regional Library Board. And Sarah is heavily engaged in education, as you all know, here in the Roaring Fork Valley, as well as outside the Roaring Fork Valley, educating kids about environmental issues. So I think she will be a tremendous addition to the Basalt Library Board. And the entire board, library board, was unanimous in of wanting to appoint her to.
Here comes Charlotte. If we need you, you're welcome. Thank you, Sarah. You're here, and since you're here, if you want to say a word or two, you're welcome. What a nice surprise that you're coming on that board.
Hello. I don't know why my camera is not working, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew I was here because I'm really excited about this possibility of serving our community. So
Thank you. Thank you so
way to
much.
contribute.
You'll do great. I'm looking for a motion, I think.
I'll move to approve.
Kelly moves.
I'll
and
second.
Francie seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Sarah.
Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, Charlotte.
And yeah, thanks, Charlotte, for running all the way down here. It's cooler down here. Up next is the resolution amending resolution number 029-2024, ratifying assessors' recommendations on abatement petitions over $10,000 submitted by the Vandemore family, RO 22864. And Jeanette is here to shepherd us through that.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Jeanette Jones, Manager's Office. And excuse me, we have a couple of Deb, our assessor, and Cheryl from the assessor's office as well, if you have any questions on this. This abatement petition was originally approved by the BoCC at a regular meeting held on May 22nd. The state sent this petition back when it got to their level that there was, and said that the reduction by the legislature needed to be included. So we've got a new resolution before you at this juncture to include that amount, and it's my understanding that also included is the residential reduction of $55,000. So it's a whole new resolution amending the previous resolution because that was passed. So to keep the record straight, this is what we're presenting to you today.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the board or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Patty made a
I'll
motion.
second that.
Patty and Francie. Okay, then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Jeanette.
Thank
Great to
Jeanette.
see you down here. Okay, individual consideration items, single reading. This is a resolution approving the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2023.
Hello. Board.
Okay, Liz, hi.
Hello. I am Liz Woods, Finance Director for Pickens County, and Danielle Angelova, a Controller.
Great, welcome.
Thank you. And as I said in the resolution, per various state statutes, we need to have the board's approval of our financial statements each year, and so that is what we are coming to you with. We presented those in a work session in June. So if anybody has any questions, we're happy to answer those.
I just have a comment.
Patty.
I love the presentation that gentleman does.
Paul.
He has such a great sense of humor for a numbers guy. He
Yes,
is
especially
amazing.
for an auditor.
Yeah, and he understands our county so well, and he understands this board, and the way he presents things are a manner in which we understand. So I really appreciate it, and if you guys would let him know, I thank him. I
Okay.
thank the board.
We will, thank you.
Thank him. So.
Kelly.
Is this a public hearing, public hearing?
It's just a single reading, yeah.
Thank you.
Francie?
Thanks, nice job. I know this
Oh.
is a lot of work for you guys. Thank you.
Couple of things that I noticed. It says the chair of the board on December 31st, 2023 was Kelly. It wasn't. It was me.
Okay.
Oh, get
Better
Francie
fix
on that.
that.
Yeah, we'll get that
And it
updated.
said the vice chair was Steve, and the vice chair, I believe, was Greg.
Okay.
Probably had the previous
Yeah.
years
Yeah, the
carried
previous
over,
years.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
carry-
my
carry
title
over
was
the
wrong
time.
in there as well, so I've noticed a couple things, so.
We have to fix the mascot.
Francie, does that mean you want to be chair? Yeah, again?
She does. I can tell. She's been pining for my job.
Totally.
Yeah, totally. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2023.
I will second, and I have a question. If members of the public wanted to find it, where should they go?
It's on the Picken County website under the Finance Department.
Is it like,
Great.
So if they click on departments at the top of the Picken County website and go to finance, it is on the left-hand side. There is the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report is listed right there.
thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for getting this
you.
done.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving right along. Okay, now we're moving to individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on July 24th. So this is not a public hearing, but it will be on July 24th. This is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the United States Forest Service assigning maintenance responsibilities for roads accessing the Forest Service lands. Okay.
Hi, gentlemen.
Come on down, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. I'm DJ Hughes, the Road and Bridge Manager. Just bringing forth the resolution to approve the government agreement, or Forest Service intergovernmental agreement with Picken County for our maintenance and enforcement.
Excellent. Okay. And just give us your name for the record.
Thanks. And I'm Scott Mattias, Deputy Public Works Director. Just I might have some.
Did you find anything exciting the other night when you went past Thomasville?
No, I was looking for wildlife specifically and some bridges. We found the bridges, no wildlife. Yeah.
No potholes?
We did find one or two. Yeah, we'll take care of those. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Well, I was amazed by the maps in this, how much road surface is involved in this agreement. I was really surprised.
It's a lot.
It was, I don't know how many miles it is, but it looked like an incredible amount of road surface.
Is there a mile tally that I don't know?
It's a lot.
We're over 75 miles.
Okay.
And I did ask Scott the other night, how many miles are in Pitkin County roads? Do you know?
As far as asphalt or total?
Total.
I want to say it's 364 lane miles.
How much?
364 lane miles.
Altogether.
And then for snow removal, times that by 2 or 3, depending on the day.
Right.
Truthfully, if it's a
Because you're
big
passing
storm.
twice, you mean?
So you
Could
could
be
do
4
1,000
times.
miles a day.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, my God.
So it
that's
doesn't seem like, 360 is a lot of miles, but when you double it or triple it,
Pushing snow?
yeah.
So,
Steve has a question, and then I'll get to you, Patty. Steve?
Yeah, my question is, the list doesn't have Snowmass Creek Road on there. So going from the Snowmass Divide Road into the Snowmass Falls Ranch is on Forest Service land. I always thought that was a Forest Service road, but it's not on the list as far as I could tell. Could you talk about that?
So some of the roads on the list, sorry, I just have some of the knowledge from the past. The agreed roads are ones that we can both do maintenance on law enforcement can do their thing in most places. But really it's for creating projects. If we want to work with the U.S. Forest Service, if you remember a couple of years ago, we added a Redstone Boulevard, or that little spur road off of Redstone, so we could help the Forest Service do maintenance on the access road to the campground there. And so this agreement allows the projects like that to happen easier. So not all Forest Service roads may be on our Schedule A road. Certainly if there was a project we wanted to do up there with the Forest Service or vice versa, usually the Forest Service comes to us and say, hey, you have staff and time, could you help us with a project? Could we add this road to your list? And so probably just that hasn't happened yet. Certainly we've helped in the area before, but that's usually why. And we can look at that one specifically though, but that's usually what the reason why.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
You know, and there is a lot of roads, and I think it's important to know that, you know, these roads come after our county roads in terms of priority, and the Forest Service knows that. We have our annual meeting with them where we make that very clear that, hey, your roads are important to you and they're important to us also, but it's after our priority. And usually the Forest Service reminds us too that if we're not doing it, there's probably nobody doing that maintenance. So it's worked out well to do it what we can up there, and really it's just maintaining the state that they're in now. It's usually some drainage work, sometimes some culvert replacement. Right now they have a project up Dinkle, I think, starting next week.
Yeah, starting
What
Monday.
are you doing up at Dinkle next week?
Next week we're going to go back and we're going to redo, grade the road, get rid of some of the rutting and the potholes that are up there, replace a couple culverts up there, and put a couple of water bars in.
So it'll be all the way from the top of the crown up to the end of the road?
We are attempting to go from, yes, the top all the way down to Dingle Lake itself.
Wow.
So that's a project that was identified from the Forest Service, and if we had the machines in time, they would supply usually the funding for aggregate and or pipes, and that's kind of how those projects work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm sure you heard me talk about the mag chloride were you here when I was talking about the mag chloride?
I was.
Yeah. Is there some way we can get a notice out like we get for other things for something like that?
We had notices out. We also had our advanced warning signs that were out, or that were supposed to be placed out this morning. Says dust control. There was one out yesterday. It says dust control tomorrow, and then that sign gets flipped. It says dust control applied. As far as variable message boards, there was one up there last week.
There was. That's interesting.
So we've been trying to notify. I missed your comments earlier, but usually the big flashy signs to get, usually bikers use, like, for example, Snowmass Creek, some of these other routes, and so they're or horseback are usually affected by our mag chloride product.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to put the sign out early, and I don't know that if it did happen, that's great, but that's usually how we notify. And Facebook, we're using that, our engineering page.
I'm not on Facebook.
So we do send it out that way, and I don't know if we shared on Picking Government or not, but we could look into that too to make sure we try to disperse it as far as we can.
I'll know to look better in the future.
Another thing to point out is on our Pickett County Road and Bridge website, at the bottom of that, we have all of our capital maintenance and or capital and maintenance projects that are listed in there with the dates and tentative plan. So that's in there as well for the community.
So you'd be warned. Would you mind telling us a little bit about mag chloride? What does it do to your car? Should we be afraid of it? How much time do you have to get it off before it eats your car?
Is this on this resolution for the?
I just want to check, since Francie brought it up earlier, because people get it on their cars, should they be worried about it?
I wouldn't say a person or an individual should be worried about chloride, the mag chloride. It is recommended to get it off as soon as possible. Just wash your car, take it to the car wash, clean it up. There hasn't been anything that I've heard that it's been proven to be corrosive. I can get back to you on that.
Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to know what you guys had heard about it. Okay. All right, bringing it back to the reso, as somebody pointed out.
Thank you for answering our questions, though.
You know what, I was gonna comment about Francie's notification, because I know that the Road and Bridge is usually really good about putting up signage and that stuff. As to mag chloride, we had a long discussion on mag chloride some years ago. We asked that it not be used during the winter on county roads. We use it really solely for dust control. And you have to time it right between the weather and rain and all of that. And just driving I-70 with a lot of mag chloride, you definitely want to wash your car. Just because it gets on you, it's on your clothes, it's just, it would be
Gets
nice
in
if
the
it just stayed on the road.
watershed.
Yeah.
Then you're looking down through the floorboards.
It's not highly recommended
Fred
stuff.
Flintstone style.
But I will make a resolution to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the United States Forest Service assigning maintenance responsibilities for roads accessing United States Forest Service land.
I'll second.
And Kelly, okay. Somebody's, hey, Steve, mute, Steve, unless you want to talk. Oh, we got you. Oh, now you've unmuted. Go back.
You're gonna vote.
Abby muted you. There we go. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for enduring the interrogation.
Thanks for
Glad you're
taking
here.
care of all those reps.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks for taking care of. That's a lot of roads. We've got a lot of trails.
Assessing.
Mountain bikers can ride all those roads, can't they?
Yes, they can.
They can.
We need to correct that.
Here's a resolution
Read it going
authorizing
assessing.
acceptance of a promissory note securing a $10 million, that's how they spelled it, $10 million loan from Great Outdoors Colorado. Dale's here. Paul's not here, but Dale's here. Or Paul's, maybe he'll come down. $10 million. This is a good day for us.
Yes. Hi, I'm Dale Will, the Acquisition Director for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails. Paul is in Wisconsin this week. And this has been a long time coming. We started talking to GoCo about the possibility of a loan when we were in the midst of negotiating the purchase of Snowmass Falls Ranch. And the GoCo board had just come off of a successful project where they had loaned some funds to the Conservation Fund for its purchase of Sweetwater Lake over in the Flat Tops, and that bridge loan helped them with the ultimate sale to the federal government of that property. So we were in a conversation with GoCo about it when we were negotiating. Now, of course, we've since closed and we own Snowmass Falls, but it's taken us this long to get all the ducks in a row to complete this part of the loan from GoCo. Nonetheless, it's still very important to the Open Space Department and the Open Space Program and the county, in my opinion, because we are at the moment pretty flat-footed as regards our financial capacity for doing conservation projects this year. And the purpose of this loan is to breathe more capacity back into the program so that if we line up a deal that you all want to do to conserve some property, we'll have the wherewithal to do it. The promissory note that's in front of you, actually, the very last conversation I had with John Ely was giving me the thumbs up on this form of this promissory note. So that kind of makes my heart stop for a moment. But it took us a little while to work out a form that would work for both the GoCo, which is a creature of the state constitution, as well as Pitkin County, which is another creature of the state constitution, as well as our own charter. But the basic terms of this are that it's a loan for 1 year with an option on our behalf to extend the 1 year 2 successive times for a maximum of 3 years. That's consistent with the limitations in our charter, and GoCo's happy with it. GoCo knows we're not going anywhere because we've had a long-standing, successful relationship with them. I think we're going on 32 years now of doing deals with GoCo, and we've developed quite a rapport with them. So the Open Space Board is fully in favor of this, and I would recommend that you approve on first reading and set for public hearing.
Great, thank you. This is set for public hearing on July 24th. Any questions comments, Francie?
And this is a zero interest loan?
Correct.
That's important.
Yeah. And it's renewable for 3 years.
Correct.
Per year, yeah, every year, annually. That's an incredible opportunity, and I know you've availed of that, I don't know how many times in the past, but it's been really a great opportunity to help us preserve open space. Francie, Patty.
But this is the first loan we've received from GoCo. We've had grants. Is this a new opportunity that GoCo's offering, or is this just new to us?
I believe it's been rare in GoCo's history. This is the first time that we've done it, but in my conversations with the GoCo senior staff, they were basically saying, look, we tend to carry a pretty large balance in our fund. They've got grants due, and they've got smart people in their finance department that make sure that the cash flow is adequate for all their outstanding grants. But in the meantime, they've got this big fund balance, and they've got a mission to help conserve land around Colorado. So it's really thanks to the current senior management at GoCo that they've decided to make these available for established partners.
Well, if you would extend, I think, our thanks to them for allowing us to utilize this great opportunity. And I would like to make a motion if,
Yes, please
Heck,
do.
yeah.
I'll make a motion, yeah, we're not gonna turn this one down. Authorizing acceptance of a promissory note securing a $10 million loan from Great Outdoor Colorado Trust Fund to the Pekin County Open Space and Trails Fund. First reading today, second reading, public hearing on July 24th.
I'll second. Happily.
Great, thank you.
And thanks to all those playing the Colorado Lottery to help
Yeah.
fund GoCo.
Yeah. Keep buying those tickets. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Dale.
Thank you. Thanks, Dale.
Nice work, Dale.
Now, are you doing the next one?
I believe so.
Okay, this, up next is an ordinance authorizing acceptance of the donations of the Dexter Lode mining claim, which is up Castle Creek.
Correct. Yeah, this is the latest in what's becoming sort of an annual event for us, where the owners of mining claims that have been sterilized through our TDR program are deciding that owning them and paying the taxes every year is not of interest. Of course, we went through a reassessment a couple of years ago, and the carrying cost of these sterilized mining claims has gone up quite a bit. So Robert Joy, who I think you referred me to, Greg, would like to donate this to us, and I'm going up there next week to walk all over it, so I'll be able to report on that at second reading if you move this forward.
Field trip.
These claims, on the one hand, you could say, well, there's no threat of development, why do we care? But the Open Space Board and the Open Space Department feels that it's still advantageous for us to pick these up if people want to donate them. For one, we can then have that much more influence over management in these backcountry areas and discourage activities that the county might think are not appropriate up there. And then secondly, it's just more trade stock for us to have in our back pocket if we're working on land exchanges with the Forest Service to try to hopefully one day reintegrate some of these disparate backcountry parcels into their system again. The Open Space Department does have a backcountry parcel management plan in effect that essentially says that all these backcountry parcels are managed consistent with the way the surrounding national forest is managed. So it's a little bit unusual in that if there's hunting going on or whatnot, we really don't treat it any different than the surrounding forest. But and it makes it easy for us to own these things and try to protect them.
Well, great, thank you. Any questions? Steve's got one.
Yeah, I was a little confused when the map said Taylor Park Road, and I was picturing this being somewhere up past the Lindley Hut. And then I realized that it's on Express Creek Road, which I guess some people must call that Taylor Pass Road because it does go to Taylor Pass. So now I totally know where it is. I think I even went and explored on that mining claim at one time in the past. So just pointing out that I think Express Creek Road is the official name of that road.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I got to find my way in there next week. That's helpful.
Yeah, straight across from Cathedral Lake Trailhead, apparently.
Right.
Fairly close. Interesting.
Will I still get to cut my Christmas tree over there?
Backcountry management plan.
There you go.
There you
We
go.
know that neighborhood up there, Dale.
Okay, so who would like to make a proposal on this?
I'll move to approve at first reading and set for public hearing on July 24th, an ordinance authorizing acceptance of the donation of the Dexter Lode mining claim.
I'll second.
Okay, Kelly and Francie, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Dale.
Thank you, Dale. Great to see you.
Dale.
Happy summer.
Yeah,
Likewise.
likewise.
Enjoy your
tomorrow
hike
night.
next week.
Okay, up next, individual consideration items. These are public hearings, second readings. Item number 13 is a resolution granting approval and authorizing the chair to sign a discretionary aviation grant resolution 24 ASC 01 with the Colorado Department of Transportation, Division of Aeronautics, in the amount of $264,999 for partial pavement rehabilitation of runway 1533, taxiways 8A and B8, and runway 1533 pavement maintenance at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport at Sardi Field. Dan and Diane are here. Welcome.
Oh, good afternoon. Careful, Diane, running like that. You might
I
break
know,
a
I
leg.
was like,
I was trying to get here as quick as I could.
we keep that other
was
leg
quick
stable.
enough, yeah. Okay, take it away.
So thank you so much. We're here for our second read for two different grants. The first one before you is the CDOT grant for $264,999 for our annual maintenance program. Do any of you have any questions? I know we kind of went over some stuff last.
Just to refresh.
Sure.
So this is just a grant for maintenance. No problem there. Nothing.
Maintenance that's already been completed is in the rearview mirror. and
It is.
getting
We're actually in
refunded
the third
for it.
phase of it now, doing some night work. We're doing the grooving and the painting this week, actually.
Right. Night grooving.
The,
My favorite kind.
Okay. Any other questions? We're gonna keep moving here. If I don't have any questions, I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing. I even wrote that here, and then okay, this is a public hearing. If anybody'd like to speak on this, come on down. If not, I don't see anyone online. What, do I? Let's double check that. *9 to raise your hand if you want to comment on this. I'm going to close it. I don't see a comment. And now I'm going to entertain a motion. I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
I don't know.
I thought Kelly did, but.
Oh, did you?
No.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
just
Okay,
made a
I'll make the
joke,
motion.
I just made a joke.
I like that.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Greg, you can make the motion.
granting myself to sign a discretionary aviation grant resolution, 24 ASC 401. I think that's enough.
I'll
You described
second.
it. Patty seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, and here's the next item in our public hearing. Resolution granting approval and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement 308-0003-067-2024 with the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $3,469,301 for partial pavement rehabilitation of runway 1533, the taxiways A and B8, runway 1533 pavement maintenance at the Pitkin County Aspen Airport Sardi Field. Okay, so this is the federal.
This is 90% of the project cost with the Federal Aviation Administration.
And is it the same work that the state grant is?
It is. So
Okay.
we had sections of the runway that were milled down 3 inches and rehabbed, and we have other areas that were just crack sealed throughout the runway and the taxiway.
Got it. Now, I just have a question about this personally, is that we tell that they may not be willing to help us maintain our runway any longer. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
So this is possibly the last money we see from both the feds and the state?
Quite
for that
likely.
Maintenance, I just wanted to,
Unless.
This is.
yep, you're on.
Oh, I thought I did go on. They will no longer provide maintenance on portions of the runway that have not fully depreciated. If we're repairing portions that haven't had a repair in the 15 to 20 years, do we still get funding for those? No.
They're not willing to put, because
Oh,
of some of the issues
okay.
we have are deteriorating
Yep.
even that portion now.
Got it.
Yep.
So
And-
even, we might not even, the top surface may be fine, but the subsurface is deteriorated?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so, just thought that would be of note.
And to extend what John was saying, this FAA grant portion covers the eligible portion. So we had about $1.4 million in repairs that weren't covered under this grant because they've been repaired too quickly from the last time they were repaired, so they weren't eligible for the funding.
Okay, so the repair didn't last long enough, so they're not gonna pay for it.
Yep, hence why they won't cover anything else.
Okay. Francie, question?
Yeah, so it seems to me that the underlying issue here with the runway is in part Owl Creek water.
No, not necessarily. No, it's really some soil conditions and some drainage conditions, not necessarily the Owl Creek tunneling under there. It's more the entire runway, mainly the northern section where the soils are more clay.
And is that the same kind of soil situations we're gonna find 80 feet to the west?
Yes, they'll probably be the same thing. The plan is to dig out all the soils, put in appropriate new types of soils along with proper drainage, so it won't have.
Or
any-
fill of some kind,
for
like
fill.
gravel or something?
Yep, or existing pavement that they've ground up and put back in.
Oh,
And there's-
so we can reuse our runway?
Yep.
That's cool.
You actually do that a lot.
Yeah, we use a lot of, reuse a lot
That's
of
cool.
asphalt, but that, they can actually use it on the roadway, which is good to hear, that it's something that would, they're, except for a base, a permeable, something that will percolate.
And so by doing that, we'll improve the drainage and we will have fewer problems in 30 years, ideally.
Ideally, yes.
You're promising us this, right?
Well, I won't probably be here for so yes, yes, absolutely.
I don't know, you might.
Okay,
True.
thank you. This is a public hearing, unless we have other board comments. Ellen, would you like to come up and say something?
Yeah, just one question real quick. Ellen Anderson, Aspen Village.
Come-
You need to be
You
on
have
the
to
mic.
get on the mic, sorry.
Sorry. This may be a dumb question, but is this considered discretionary or entitlement grant?
Entitlement.
This is an entitlement grant.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's it?
All right, yeah.
Thanks, Ellen. I'll give you credit for that.
She did it in less than 3 minutes.
Way less.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
You could probably just say to approve
Is
it.
this 14?
Item.
Yes, item 14.
I make a motion to approve item number 14.
Second.
Second from Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Technically, it's item number 9, because the items on our agenda were incorrectly numbered
See, now we have to reopen
due
the
to a
hearing.
computer system,
Right.
because they listed
11,
executive
12,
session as
13.
items 1, 2, 3,
Oh.
4, and 5. I brought that to
I'm
the,
gonna make
An amendment?
Do we have to read, Ryan,
I'm
do we have to
actually
do
gonna
anything?
amend my,
Well, we've already
Motion.
voted, so you have to make a motion to reconsider.
to do anything? We do.
Lordy gracious.
Okay, we do have to do this.
Do we need to do this right?
For both
He said
sides?
yes.
'cause item 14 would not even be on this
We
agenda.
didn't use the item number on 13, I don't believe.
I move to reconsider the last item relative to a resolution granting approval of the chair to sign a grant with the FAA.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and that takes care of, and this is the grant from
We
the
have to
FAA?
move to
To vote.
reconsider
Oh.
and then we'll remove.
We have to vote first.
Oh, we have to vote, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now I'll make a motion
Okay.
to approve, like, to, resolution granting approval and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the Federal Aviation 3-08-003-067-2024 with the FAA in the amount of $3,469,301 for partial pavement rehabilitation in runway 15/33 and taxiways A and B8 and runway 15/33 pavement maintenance at the Pickens County Airport Sardi Field.
Okay, thank you. $3.5 million.
I'll second that.
It's worth it. A second from Patty. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we got you taken care of there, but you're still here because up next, we have individual consideration items, emergency resolution, confirmatory public hearing and reading. Okay, this is authorizing the chair to sign agreements authorizing the FAA to temporarily transfer $4,488,899 in entitlement grant funding to the City of Colorado Springs Municipal Airport and the Yampa Valley Regional Airport. I think you should explain that. Thank you.
Sure. So from time to time, if adequate FAA funding is not out there and available for airports that are in the middle of certain projects, the FAA will reach out to other airports to seek transfer of those funds if they're not being used at that current time to those facilities to be used in the current projects. And then in the future, we receive their funds back at some point in time. So that's really what we're doing here. I don't know what the projects they're working on specifically are, but this was a request at the request of the FAA to do this. It has also the benefit of stopping the clock on those funds a little bit. There's a 5-year window on FAA funds, and this will stop the clock for the amount of time that the funds are at these other facilities. The clock stops on those funds, which helps us because as we slowly get through some of the things we need to get through, those funds will hopefully be available still to us at the end of that time frame.
That's great. So there's an advantage for us to be able to
And it builds
let them
goodwill.
take it this time.
Mhm.
And we have the experts who can go down and consult them on whatever they're doing on their airport.
Absolutely, yep.
Greg, can I?
Yeah, Patty.
And this is something I know we've done in the past, and I think we actually did it in the past with Colorado Springs.
We did. Colorado
Yeah.
Springs and Grand Junction both.
Yeah, so it's something that allows airports that are friends and neighbors to utilize dollars from the federal government because we can't and they don't get lost in some black hole in Washington. So it's a really great opportunity, so thank you.
And this is a public hearing, unless anybody else has a comment before I open it. It's open it for public hearing. Ellen, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm asking this question on behalf of several people. I guess people, concerned citizens, want some kind of assurance that, this is entitlement, but, and I'm sorry I missed the work session, maybe you discussed it, but what kind of assurance that we are actually, for sure, 100% going to get it back at some point?
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Okay. I believe it's in the paperwork that you'll be signing, Greg. That states that it's a loan, basically, from us, a transfer from us to them with concern risk.
But
Provide it back to us.
thinking about scenarios and all the, what I call Chicken Little things that people are saying, oh my gosh, we're going to close the airport, or, it's not going to be commercial, or whatever. What if something happens? Maybe I'm not being articulate here. How can the public be assured that we really are going to get this back at some point, no matter what happens, no matter what happens to the airport?
No, you can't. So if something happens, whatever that happens to be, and it's no longer an eligible FAA project, then those funds would be gone anyway. So it wouldn't matter in that case.
Okay, thanks, Ellen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Dan.
thank you for that, Dan. It's good to understand that. So if the situation changes, those funds definitely could go away, right?
Exactly.
Because they're entitlement.
That's it for public comment on this. I'm bringing it back. Any other
Just have a
board?
question.
Kelly?
The document is submitted as a draft. Does that go away upon Greg's signature?
Yes, they'll get us the proper paperwork to actually have the signature put on.
Okay, it sounds like, I don't see any other hands up. I'm going to call the question. All in
We
favor?
don't have a motion, do we?
Oh, didn't somebody make a motion? No, maybe they haven't yet. Patty, you're on top
I
of
will
it.
make a
You are
motion.
on it today, Patty.
Francie, you
As
really
usual.
wanted his job, I'm taking over for you. I'm going to make a motion to approve the emergency resolution on confirmatory reading, authorizing the chair to sign agreements, authorizing the Federal Aviation Administration to temporarily transfer $4,488,000, a lot of money, $4,488,899 in entitlement grant funding to the City of Colorado Springs Municipal Airport and the Yampa Valley Regional Airport.
And we have a second?
Sure, second.
Francie? Steve? Steve, okay. that was a
Steve can
second.
have it.
Further conversation? I'm not seeing any. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Thanks for being here and getting us through that.
Sure, thank you.
So do we have Leslie here?
Okay, now, does anyone want a break, or should we keep plowing
I don't
through?
know, do we have Leslie?
We hope to. We're just moving so quickly that Leslie's rushing downstairs right now.
I did see her upstairs earlier, so I know she's in the building.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Is that all right?
Juniper Hill just reopened.
Thanks. Thanks, Ann. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. It's Wednesday, July 10th, and we are moving to public hearing. Let's see, land use public hearings. And up first, we have the J&A Arbany Family LLP Conservation and Development PUD, CDPUD. And Leslie's here to talk about continuing this, I see on our, as the question
Right.
today.
Continuing to July 24th.
Yep. Okay.
Do we have any,
Presentation of any sort, anything we want to, really, no, there's no news yet. They had something they needed to work out, so they've asked for the continuance. It's not something.
Yeah, the applicant has asked for the continuation, and you did continue the public hearing, though, so
we need to open the public hearing and continue it into
Okay,
the
yep,
24th.
I see that. Rye, is there anything else you want to do to tee this up?
I just wanted to clarify that the applicant and myself have asked that it be continued one more time. So that's an ongoing conversation with the applicant. They're trying to work out a couple things, and that was an agreement between myself and those folks, assuming you all are willing to do that.
Right, great, thank you. I'm going to, I don't see any questions from the board presently. I can open the public hearing and then we can discuss. Is there anyone here who'd like to comment on that topic online, or hit *9 if you'd like to raise your hand? I'm not seeing anybody online or in the room on the topic. Okay, I'm going to.
I will make a motion to continue this to date certain of July 24th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Now, and that's for both A and B. Do we have to do it twice, or you're good?
There are two separate agenda items, I believe, in which case we would need to
Okay.
do exactly the same thing for both.
So
Open the
I will
public
make,
hearing, the whole
should
deal.
open public comment on both?
Okay, fine. I'd like to open the public comment on the resolution approving the J&A Arbany Family Conservation Development Plan Unit Development CDPUD Plan MQS exemption and activity envelope review. This is the second reading. We're going to continue this to July 24th. If there's any public comment, seeing none in the room, and I'm just looking online again. And you hit *9 if you want to raise your hand, but I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to, yeah, that's for the next one. I'm going to bring it back and call the question. All in favor?
No, I have to make a motion.
Oh, you haven't made the motion.
I'll make a motion to continue the resolution to the date certain of July 24th, 2024, along with the public comment.
Thank you, Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
I need a second. Oh, come, geez, you guys are slow.
I had the second.
Steve seconded, Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Am I in a rush or something? You'd almost wonder.
I don't know if you'd have to be in that much of a rush.
I'm trying to get you out of here by
I know,
4:30.
I do appreciate that.
Okay, up next, we do have, this is a land use public hearing for Emma Fields LLC annual review for the Aspen Distillery, special review. And I think this is just a fairly brief update. Is that correct?
Right, last time we were before you with this, we were recommending a continuation, and I believe we kind of slotted August 28th for that continuation, but I requested that we have today as a check-in, because previous, before you, the applicant had not hired. They had just hired their acoustical engineer, and we didn't know when the acoustical engineer was going to make it out on site. He did join, came up to the property, and Tom Dunlop was with him, and Tom could give you an update. And Stuart McGregor, who is the acoustical engineer, is on Zoom to give you guys an update about his site visit and answer any questions. And hopefully, Stuart can also tell us maybe when he anticipates having his findings and recommendations ready for environmental health review. Also, there was a letter, this is in addition to, there was a letter submitted to you by Dave Hodgkin, who is a neighbor in Roaring Fork Meadows. And you also received a letter from Bart Johnson. his attorney, and Bart is here today to, I don't know, public comment
Got it.
with
Great.
you.
With us. Great. Okay, so let's start with Tom and Stuart, if we can, just to explain what's happened. Unless, Rye, did you want to interject something before then?
I just wanted to make one point of clarification. Mr. McGregor is a representative of the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Good point.
Okay, Tom, and welcome, Stuart. We see your, what, sorry, Patty?
No, I just see it.
Yeah, I guess you're just on the phone, is that right?
Correct. Can you
Got
hear
it.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. So, Tom, take it away and bring Stuart in when
great.
you need to.
Thanks, Greg. Engineering Dynamics, Stuart McGregor's company, came up on June 30th, and so the evening of June 30th and the morning of July 1st, he ran extensive sound tests and vibration tests at Emma Fields, all through the building that you toured, the distillery building, the accessory buildings, one of the dormitory buildings, and then that storage building that sits in front of the distillery. Excuse me. Also, all around the building, testing for vibration sensitivities on pieces of equipment, on the ground, on concrete. We went to the neighbor's building, neighbor's home, Mike and Beth, and he ran similar tests, vibration tests, and broke down the sound levels into various hertz in their bedroom, kitchen, and living room. And he can talk much more about what he found. There was no conclusion reached. In fact, it was just a little bit confusing after we left about 1 or 1:30 in the morning on the 1st, with the challenge that Stuart was going to take all the information that he'd gathered that evening and start putting it together into a format that we would be able to understand and hopefully make a determination on what the source of the vibrations are and the different hertz frequencies. So I'll stop here and let Stuart.
Great. Before you go, Stuart, I just wanted to ask, this test was done on the 30th and the 1st, which is a Sunday night and early Monday morning, which to me would mean there's probably much less traffic on the highway. And it concerned me that maybe the operation wasn't going. Were they operating and cooperating with sound levels so we could get a real fair idea of what your typical sound levels like there? If it was completely shut down, that would be a different scenario.
Well, you're right. It was raining off and on that evening as well, so we were kind of working around little rain showers coming and going. There was a little bit of road noise just from cars driving on a wet pavement, but it was, in my opinion, insignificant. In order to simulate, even though it was after, keep in mind that the county noise ordinance is broken down into daytime, nighttime, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So we were obviously after 7 p.m., but we simulated by running the two ventilation. First, there was one ventilation system started, then two ventilation systems started, and then those two plus the chiller were started, measured at the property line so we could simulate what it would be during the daytime. So that was what we wanted to do. And then the second half of this is really not the noise from the chiller or the vent systems, but rather the vibration and the low frequency humming sound that the neighbors are complaining occurs mainly in the evening hours. So this would be the nighttime standard. And Stuart can talk much more eloquently on that part, but we simulated a daytime with everything running, turned all that off, and then focused mainly on that low frequency hum that goes into the neighbor's house.
Great, thank you for that clarification regarding the time of day. It sounds like a well thought out exercise. Stuart, can you tell us a little bit about I don't know if you've filed a final report yet, but Anything else you want to add about the process, and then any conclusions?
So Tom was good at kind of giving you a synopsis. There's 3 pieces of equipment on the outside of the building, the 2 exhaust fans and the chiller. And so we ran each of those separately and then all together and measured sound levels at the property line between the facility and the residences. The closest property line to each one, so that we could get some measure of what noise levels those are causing at the property line. And those typically only run, the chiller only runs during the daytime hours, and the exhaust fans, from what I understand, will only run if ethanol, I think that's right, ethanol levels within the building get to a certain level that would be dangerous. So those would typically not run at night. And those preliminary data is we're right near the noise limits for Pitkin County. With all of those units on, we're right at the noise limit. I'll have more details in the report on frequencies and exact levels. So we did all that. So we tried to simulate as best we could typical functioning functions of the distillery while it's in process. And we had equipment turned on inside the building. And then we also made some similar measurements in the house that has the tone inside of it, 2480 quart. And the noise levels are below, well below the noise limits inside the house, which would be expected. There's this hum, this low frequency hum that the occupants of the house are saying they hear, and I didn't hear it, but I can measure something, and it's a very, very low level. So I have to figure out how to come to some conclusions on what that means, as far as it's all it's not out of compliance. It's just a very, very low level. So I'm in the process of writing this all up for the report, and I anticipate late next week sometime to have that done.
Great. Thanks, Stuart. Chris Benden just came in, so I might want to say something.
Late.
Yeah, no problem.
Wasn't
We're
expecting
moving
the,
quickly today.
Bureaucratic expediency to.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah,
things have
we're
changed
moving
here.
today.
Yeah, so Stuart and Tom just kind of gave us their report. The question I had for Stuart, and maybe the board does as well, just regarding the source of the hum, have you isolated that?
No. I have some stuff in process, and we're working on some further testing, but it's not something that we could isolate that night. And so I'm working with the distillery owner and with Tom, trying to figure out how to schedule that, to see if we can do some more isolation. But we're working on some of that information right now. It's not clear it's not clear that this hum is actually coming from the distillery building itself.
Got it.
At this point, so I'm still trying to sort through the data and arrange some other experiments, for lack of better words, to see if we can figure that out.
Right. Thank you. Kelly has a question.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. And I don't need an answer now. I'm going to throw out some things that maybe you'll contemplate or not. But I was just wondering if the stream that runs next to their house could amplify their experience somehow. And then I was wondering if there's some geologic connection between the properties, such as some sort of platform or substrate that the house is resting on that could be contributing to vibration?
Well, to answer your first question, not likely. So, yeah, if anything, the stream would mask noises. Your second question of, is there some geological thing happening in here? It's not just more stuff we got to look at to try to figure out, the source of this hum. If the hum's actually being caused by the distillery or sourcing at the distillery, and then how it's getting there. The data we took for vibration data on the ground is not conclusive, and it's sort of like, no, it's not coming through the ground. However, I've seen weirder things in my life, so I just don't know at this point.
Got it.
I'm still trying to look at the data, trying to figure out what's happening. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Patty has a question.
So Stuart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the trek up here to help us out with this, help the applicant out with this. So is that hum being found anywhere else, that low-frequency hum, being found anywhere else on the property, like, anywhere on the, bless you, Rye, on the distillery property at all? Or just within the neighbor's house?
No, we're seeing it in the that storage building that's towards. I don't understand directions you have up in the valley.
That's all right. We don't either.
On the Aspen side of the distillery building.
Right. Okay.
And then also in the dormitories to the other way.
The other side.
East. The other side, yeah, thank you. Yeah, someone should have oriented that valley more north-south.
We agree with a lot of that, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm getting that, and this is what is, I don't know how to say this politely, but it's ambiguous. I'm picking up that tone in both those other buildings, and even when we were in the distillery building with the mains, both the mains shut off to the building. So the only thing that was operating in the distillery building is the backup battery system that runs the fire alarms and the emergency lights. And we can't, at that time, we weren't able to turn that off because then the fire department would have gotten upset and other things.
Oh gosh.
We hadn't coordinated that. But even with the mains turned off to the building, the entire building, I'm still picking up that hum. So I'm not. This is why, you're right, there could be some geological thing going on here, we just haven't figured that out.
So which one of the housing units, there are 3, right? Which ones did you test? The one closest to the neighbor, one in the middle, or the one?
Middle.
The middle one, okay.
24 Eddy Lane.
Okay, are there any, another question kind of outside of, are there any culverts or, buried culverts, pipelines, running ditches? We have a lot of ditches that run all over this county too, that may run under that property?
Not that I've been able to find out. I've asked a number of people up there and the applicant, it doesn't seem like that anybody knows of any, I guess,
Trying to think of something underground that's not geologic, that's man-made, that, we also have, that property has been used for many years in the past for many purposes, and you're always finding stuff that people buried, or lines, or ditches, or culverts, or that you never knew they put there.
Right.
So
I think one of the lines that we're working on right now is there a way to, eliminate the distillery as a source.
Okay.
Which doesn't necessarily mean we're going to find the source. It just means we would know if the next couple things we're looking into is if we do this, is the distillery is the noise still there? And in which case we can say the distillery is not the source.
Okay.
Doesn't say we know what it is.
And I think Leslie might have can I?
Yeah, sure. I was going to ask.
There was a ditch that was required to be culverted because we require, if there's a ditch above a residential unit, we require that ditch to be culverted before the units are built. And there's a ditch that was running in between parallel to both
It's a lateral, it's a Kester ditch lateral.
Kester ditch, yeah. And that was
Was
culverted.
that filled in, or was it,
No, it's active.
It's an active ditch that's in a culvert, metal
It's in a
culvert.
culvert. It should be in a culvert.
It's partially culverted.
And that's Michael, right? Tell me, yeah, tell me your last name just for the record.
Morrison.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming in. I wanted to ask a question, then I'll go to Francie. One was that, could that have been a hum from a transformer? And did you find various transformers in the vicinity that could be the source of that hum?
You mean other than at the distillery?
Well, or in the vicinity. I'm not sure
Have
what else
that
is
new
there.
battery storage area for their power.
Yeah, is it seem like a transformer hum,
new.
vibration?
no, the vibrations is the only piece of data I could find that looks like a hum is down around 20 hertz. And their battery backup or the solar part has not been hooked up yet. So that's dead, is dead for lack of better words.
Okay.
So that's not causing anything. I put the sensors and stuff on the transformer for the distillery, and I'm not getting anything. If that was the source, I should be getting at a much higher level at that transformer, and I'm not. Which I'm thinking it's not the transformer, because I would expect that if that was the source, at that frequency, that the levels at that source would be much higher than levels
Right.
I'm measuring other places.
Just a question, quick question. How far, if it's a low frequency hum, it can travel pretty far through the ground, right? So that could be coming from across the highway or
Couldn't pick it up on the
another
ground, I
neighborhood or something. Is that possible?
Yeah, so yes.
Okay, that's all. That's all.
And
You know,
Overhead
and
lines?
these low frequencies issues like this are they're difficult.
Right, because they can transmit. Okay, Francie has a question.
So, hi, Stuart, this is Francie. I just am wondering if I could just summarize what you said for 1 second. You could tell me if I heard correctly.
Okay.
So I think that you said that you couldn't hear the hum in the house, but your instrument picked it up a little bit. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was almost imperceptible. It was very low reading.
So Michael hears it, and I didn't hear it, and Tom didn't hear it. But the instrumentation goes below. The instrumentation I have will pick up sound and vibration below the range of what humans typically can hear.
Okay. And other sounds were when you were on site near the machinery that was running, they were just below the allowed decibel level for the county.
They're at.
But when you went to the house, you said it was well below, I think. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, noise from this equipment outside, once you get inside the house, which is typical for, because the house reduces noise across
Right.
the walls. It
So, and you used the word well below, is that correct? Something like that?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Now, the important piece of information here is that your noise ordinance is a property line noise ordinance.
Well, could you explain that?
So the distillery it has to be compliant plus or minus a little bit at the property line.
Okay.
Not necessarily anywhere else.
So in their yard, if they were
Yes,
sitting outside having dinner, are the noises perceptible?
It might be, but there's a lot of background noise in that area from the river, and we always made the measurements when we were making the sound measurements outside. I waited till there was no cars going by, So we had just background noise levels. So yeah, if they were, the operation during the daytime, the distillery operations are not inaudible on the property.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Is that confusing or clear?
No, that helped, thank you. Leslie, did you want to? Oh, Steve's hand's up also. I'll go to Steve first. I thought you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you. I have my video off because my internet is saying it's unstable right now. I wanted to address the water running through the culvert issue. I would presume that is not the cause of this, because the last winter when the ditch was not running, there was no water going through the culvert of either the Kester ditch or the Arbany ditch farther up the hill. They were hearing the noise or feeling the vibration then. It's fairly close to the high voltage transmission lines that are a little further up against the hill, and I am wondering if there could be some sort of a vibration coming from those caused by, perhaps by wind making the power lines hum, or some electrical humming coming from that. Is that a possibility? It could be coming from that direction.
Tom would love to respond.
That's a good point, Steve. The Environmental Health Department in the past has done some work with electromagnetic fields, which generally are emissions from high power lines, and you can hear a humming sound from them. However, all the work that we have done for the past decades actually on EMFs through power lines has been, the county's position has always been prudent avoidance, because there really isn't a standard that we've been able to apply to that specific source. So that's a little bit different than I think what we're talking about here. The second thing Steve mentioned about water running through the culvert, if I was looking at this as a transmission source, I wouldn't necessarily be looking at the water running through the culvert as much as I would be that it's a metallic feature put underground that might be able to intercept and transmit the length of a culvert some source of sound. Again, we don't know if that's the case. But the transformer, as Jared from the distillery mentioned to us the night of the testing, was located by Holy Cross, where it sits on the near the wall closest to the side of Mike and Beth's house. And they were adamant that that's where that transformer had to go, probably because that's where their feeder lines were coming in or something. I don't know that. So the other thing we started talking about was having Holy Cross just pull the fuse out of that transformer, kill everything, and see if Mike can still hear the humming sound. That has not happened yet.
Right, that would be a worthwhile experiment, I think. Okay, thank you for that.
Follow up on that, Craig?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
One thing that is buried through there is a natural gas line is buried fairly close through there. I don't remember the exact location, but back in the, I think 1960s, the Rocky Mountain Natural Gas buried the gas line all the way up the valley through all the farms along there. And that's been there for decades, and but that's the only thing I can think of that I know of that's buried underground through that vicinity.
Steve, your background information is unbelievable.
Steve was there. He was there.
It's unbelievable.
Okay, so, anything else from you, Leslie? We could invite public comment. Michael might want to say something if there's someone else who'd like to make a comment. I see we do have some, Chris. Chris, I'll start with you since you're there, and then we'll go to Michael and then Bart.
I'll just mention for the record, because I wasn't here at the beginning of the session, that at your previous meeting, you asked us to provide written notification to all the neighbors. We did that. It was a sort of a short notice, so we may caught people off guard or what have you, but that went out a few days before before Stuart came up and did his readings. We did not have any takers on that, but just wanted to put on the record that we did reach out to neighbors.
Great.
You mean nobody said, yes, come and test my house, please?
Correct. Right.
Thank you. Michael, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, sorry that I was running late.
No problem.
I
We're
ended
running
up
early.
kind of doing a little slight jogging, which I'm not used to doing. So excuse me.
I'm not good at it either, don't.
I missed the beginning of the meeting. Did we discuss the nature of the testing that was done inside my home? Because
Stuart and Tom explained what they did. Yes.
right. So did they test any of the operational systems while they were functioning? Was
Yes.
Yeah, we did that.
because I.
Yeah, the answer
you
is
said
yes
it
for
was only
that.
nighttime operations only.
We did.
We talked about the daytime with the vents. We talked about the vents and the chiller all running in singularly, then in aggregate.
At the property line.
At the property line, right?
But not in my home.
No, because it was low. It was 55 to 56 decibels at the property line, so they were those parts of the system are in compliance with the daytime county standard at the property line.
Could you explain what that means, that level of decibel? What would be a comparable sound that would create that level of
You and I having a conversation at this volume about 3 feet away is 60 to 60 decibels roughly.
60 decibels.
Mm-hmm.
Conversation.
Normal conversation about 3 feet away.
Okay, thank you.
So my understanding that this is a special land use permit, and that goes above and beyond county code as a nuisance or pollution would be concerned.
Was that a question?
Yeah, well, that was.
We have to direct that
it
to
was,
Rye. Rye would have to comment on that.
that special use permits allow for a greater level of
Scrutiny.
or such than county code.
Special review approvals may add additional or heightened requirements beyond what is required by the county code.
Right.
Those requirements would need to be specified in the special use approval and or any subsequent amendment to that special use approval. So if there was some standard that the county would like to enforce beyond what is currently stated in the land use code, meaning it's not in there at the moment, that would need to be included either in the original special use approval or any amendment to that special use approval. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So was it? Is there any other additional?
My general understanding, and I don't have the full text of the special use approval for the Emma Fields project, is there was not any additional requirements regarding measuring sound beyond what's currently included in the land use code. But Leslie may be able to correct me on that.
So, Rye's correct. When you approved the distillery operation as a special review use, you did not specify specifically that it cannot, that disturbance or impacts could not exceed county code. However, you required an annual review that would address any impacts and complaints that came forward, and noise is one of those items that was listed in what could be considered.
Great, thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, so I would request, my understanding of what we're in, the process we're in right now, I guess, and is that we'll wait to get the report back from Stuart, and staff will present that have your opportunity to analyze it and present it to us with the special review packet at the end of August. I guess I would ask at that time that you provide us with some of this clarification or any options for us to think to as part of that packet.
What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're asking for there.
So we're not going to decide today based on the information in front of us today and the lack of a formal presentation, any type of change to our special review approval. I think that the appropriate thing to do would be, as the findings are evaluated, to provide us with options within our legal bounds as to what that might look like.
In other words, this is a check-in rather than.
Right.
So you're thinking that there's a possibility that we would change the special use permit?
I don't know, but I think
You're
I'm
leaving room for
asking
that.
them to tell us
Okay.
if that is the case, to tell us why that
You're
legally
leaving room
is
for that.
required and or legally allowed and what that might look like.
Okay.
Is what I'm requesting.
And that would come at the next meeting, because this was arranged, just to reiterate, was a check-in, just so we knew progress is being made, and it certainly has, having Stuart come up. We're grateful that happened. Thank you. And I don't know if there's any other information today that you can give us, other than to confirm that here we are. Yeah, you're showing, we're at 51.
Those are the decibels.
Yeah, that's a
We do have
decibel.
someone online with a hand raised. I don't know
Oh,
who
do we?
that
Okay,
is.
thank you.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay. Oh, Michael, please continue, and then I'll come to whoever's online.
So the reason I brought up the part about was the testing provided in my home that for the operational systems is because Greg asked me to open my home, my residence, to the testing. And Steve laid out some guidelines that the operational systems were to be on and tested at that time. So that means that I, making good on Greg's request, also anticipated Steve's request to also be performed in my home, which was all the operational systems on and being tested. And I don't believe that was done. Am I correct in that?
No, this is Stuart. During the time we were in your house, Michael, there was a portion of the time where we did have that equipment on, and a portion of the time where we had it off.
Were you in communication with the distillery to know when that change happened?
Yeah, I think we texted them to say, yes, turn this off. But the tone that you're hearing was still there when everything was off.
Did you retest after you, so you took a test about the tone, right? And then you changed the variable. Did you retest after changing any variables in my home?
So we had a test when the equipment was on, and we had a test when the outside equipment was off.
You specified when you're in my home that this was a nighttime operational systems test only.
My feeling, the stuff inside whatever would run at night inside the distillery, I'll double check that. But the stuff that doesn't operate at night does not need to be, was not necessary to be on.
My complaint is all inclusive for all hours of the day and night.
Okay, so I will address that in my report.
Good.
But thank you, Stuart, and thanks, Michael, for clarifying that request. I think that is certainly a good question. Let's see, we had somebody online. It just has a C. Would you like to speak? And please identify yourself.
Hello, yes, my name is Chris Nolan. I'm a sound engineer. I build frequency machines. We generally tend to work outside of the range of stuff that people can hear. And so I think it makes a difference with the presentation of music and everything, but that's kind of besides the point. I was just kind of listening in and did some research while while hearing this thought. My intuition about this whole thing is that there's maybe some gaslighting going on. Sound travels differently in water than it does through air. It can travel a lot further and maintain its energy from the point source. Much stronger through water than it does through air for hundreds of miles even. So my intuition would be to kind of do an analysis of the Roaring Fork River and see if there's some kind of a or some of the rivers connected to it, but probably the Roaring Fork, and see if there is some source of noise pollution near a river, maybe downriver, that would be doing this. I mean, I understand they're like some kind of compressor machines that work with some kind of natural elements, whatever they're doing, could be emitting some kind of a hum. And then with the proximity to the Roaring Fork River, where people are hearing this, and especially being inside, the indoors and the basement especially, low frequencies will travel through the earth from the river or wherever else, and then the structure of the building will act as a resonance chamber essentially, and then like the way an acoustic guitar amplifies the sound of a guitar, it kind of would work the same way as far as like almost like a little amplifier box from that frequency. So that's kind of my intuition from hearing everybody kind of having the perspectives about this would be that there might be some kind of far away polluter that's benefiting at the expense of the people who are not as close but are having to deal with some of the pollution that they're doing. Maybe downriver. So that would be my intuition. I'll be happy to look into it. Maybe I'll reach out to you guys or something and try to see if I could track it down. It's kind of an interesting thing for me.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for calling in.
Sure.
So the point there is that the source could be somewhere farther away, down the road at another industrial site or something. That's plausible if there's still sound transmitting through the ground. It just has to be investigated. I think we're at a point now where we just, at this point, have to wait for Stuart's report.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that's the check-in, and I don't know if we should go a lot farther. Sorry? Oh, Bart was going to speak too, right? You're waiting so patiently. Thank you for that.
Excuse me, thank you.
Quiet there, Tammy.
Here since the beginning.
You're not bothering us.
Mic on?
If the red light's on, it's on. Thanks, Bart.
Thank you. My name is Bart Johnson. I am here on behalf of a neighbor of the Emma Fields Distillery. It's the Roaring Fork Meadows Owners Association. They're directly up valley across Hoagland Ranch Road. If you guys did a site visit, you probably saw that the entrance to the Roaring Fork Meadows project basically forms a four-way stop with the driveway into the distillery. And you guys have received, I think, a copy of an email that Dave Hodgkin from the association sent. I also sent a letter that was sent to the distillery that I think Rye forwarded to you guys. I had copied Rye on it and asked him to pass it along. I'd like to begin by saying we fully understand that it's not the county's job to enforce private agreements. But in this case, the agreement at issue and that we're kind of frustrated about, I think it's important to note that it kind of stems from the county approval processes related to this project. The first iteration of the agreement was entered into as part of kind of a grand bargain that reduced our opposition to the special use permit when it was originally issued. That agreement was later amended when they wanted to revise their site plan. And then a new agreement was entered into in January of this year when they sought variances for height and setback violations based on some water storage tanks they installed, and then sought variances after the fact when kind of the county pointed out that they installed these in violation of the county code. And that went to a Board of Adjustment hearing a couple times. We ultimately appealed that Board of Adjustment hearing that would have ended up in an appeal before you, but we agreed to withdraw that appeal in exchange for yet another agreement with MS Fields. That all has to do with them being a good neighbor. And basically have to do with landscaping and regrading commitments, irrigation of the landscaping, things of that nature. And the frustration we have is that kind of at every opportunity, at least from my client's perception, is they've delayed and obfuscated and made excuses about why they're not complying with any of this stuff. And right now, the landscaping that was supposed to be done in the spring, no later than June 15th, well, they've kicked that into high gear in the last week, but it's only because this hearing was coming up and we kept complaining, is our perception. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, we couldn't find Mugo pines. It's like, well, you've had since January to plan for this, is our perspective. And Mugo pines aren't exactly rare plant species around here. So we continue to be frustrated that they just don't take the commitments to the neighbors seriously. And as part of this annual review process, we would like you to strongly encourage them by whatever mechanism you have to start taking those commitments more seriously, because it's very frustrating.
Thank you, Bart. Appreciate that. Comments, questions from the board? Patty had to check out for a little bit, but she'll be back. Okay, I don't see.
I think just. I shouldn't be calling in that way.
Okay, so I think that everyone has had a chance to speak, and this purpose of this was this check-in, and I think we've been successful so far. We've asked the questions that need to be asked for the review, which comes up, is it the 24th? Or is it, how far, I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me.
Well,
28, yeah.
28. Kelly, go ahead.
and I am really sorry if I'm not remembering this from prior meetings on this, but will our packet include the list of administrative actions relative to this property? You know, I know that we were supposed to do this many months ago, and we didn't because of the notice of violation, but I don't recall all the detail related to Board of Adjustment hearings and all those kind of things. I do think it would be helpful for me to understand all of the interaction that this property has had with the county since.
We can do that.
approved
Our
it.
intent is to go through the entire, project.
Well, and
they have-
I'm actually directing that to staff because I would like our side of that.
Leslie stepped out of the room.
No, I meant to repeat.
That's okay.
I understand.
Related to the mystery ball.
What Kelly is asking is that in connection with the continuance of the annual review hearing to August 28th, that we include a synopsis of all the relevant land use proceedings that have taken place for the Emma Fields property. I assume from inception until now, which probably makes sense. So that would be great.
And I believe, Leslie, that's in our annual review submission. But you and I can go through that, and if it's not comprehensive, we can update it.
It just seems like there's been a lot of touch points, and it would help me to have a comprehensive understanding of what those have been.
Is the distillery in operation until this next hearing or meeting or whatever it's called?
It is in operation. It's nowhere near full scale. It's a sort of at a.
But there's no prohibition against operations right now?
There's no prohibition against operations.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I think that having heard from everybody, we kind of know where we're going. We know what questions have been asked for staff and what's going to be expected with Stewart's review. So I think I want to close this out. I think I need a motion.
I'll move to continue the annual review for the Aspen Distillery Special Review to, can you remind me the date, August 28th?
I have a motion.
Second.
Steve has a second. Thank you. Further conversation? Thank you for that, Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you for
Okay,
the check-in.
thank you. See you then.
Just a heads
And
up, I
and
will not be here. I'll be in Durango with CAST. So,
Okay, Francie won't be here. Thank you for the check-in. It's
neither will
good to
Steve.
see progress.
Are you gonna be at APSHA next Thursday, Wednesday?
Thank you, Stuart. Oh, he's gone. He's already gone.
I couldn't remember if you.
I'm kind of confused about it.
Okay.
Must have been for Cindy, but it's 17th.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, I could probably be there. Are you gonna be gone?
No, it's my birthday.
Okay, Mitch, come on
Celebrate
down.
it by joining APSHA, but I don't have any plans
Hi, Tammy.
currently, so.
Seems like
I'll
forever.
keep you
When did we
posted,
see you last?
and I'll look at the agenda.
Well,
Gee, it's been a long time.
I forget. I gotta plug this in here. What am I doing?
Forever ago was last.
Right, was it 2 weeks ago? Was I here?
Well, I got to plug up Mac.
Did I have fun?
Something I can plug that in with?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get up to speed here in a sec.
Okay.
50836.
I figured you were gonna take a 5-minute break or something. Let Patty come back.
Well, she had to go to Buttermilk. She may not get back.
Yeah, there's
before we're
traffic,
done.
or at least there was.
Yeah, there was some traffic today. And we just take it away when you're ready, Tammy.
Okay. All right, so this is the 143 Darling Farm LLC application for a subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, planned unit development review, activity envelope and site plan review, special review for a CDU, and a major amendment to a development permit. This item was just heard by the P&Z, well, not just, on April 9th, 2024, and they voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval to the BoCC. So this is the first time the BoCC is hearing this item. And I'm actually going to let Mitch lead off because he's got a beautiful presentation with background information and all the graphics on what they're proposing with this PUD and lot line adjustment and all that stuff. And then I'll take it over and go through the code compliance portion after he's done.
Steve has his hand raised.
Steve's hand is up. First of all, go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. Before we get started, I wanted to disclose that I had a discussion with Rye Neely about whether I should recuse myself or not from this discussion because of the parts of the application or our resolution that have to do with what they are calling the child curve on Capitol Creek Road. We never called it that, but the county calls it that. And Rye decided that I did not have to recuse myself, but he did have suggested wording for that one paragraph in the in our resolution dealing with disposition of the curb on the Capitol Creek Road, and we could discuss that later. Also, I did attend a site visit with Mitch Haas and with representatives of the landowner and with Andrew Knapp, the county engineer. We went and looked at the Capitol Creek Road on that corner and discussed various options. So I think that was on April 16th. So I, as the adjoining landowner across the road, went to look at that with them to provide some background information and to, participate. So just in full disclosure, I was there at that one meeting that no other commissioners were involved in. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And are you requesting that we formalize the naming of the corner? You muted.
muted,
Sorry. I think that was a yes. Okay. We'll talk to the sign works. All right.
Maybe
That's a
as we-
disclosure
maybe
from
as we
Steve.
wish him well in January of next year.
What's next, Tammy? Where do we start?
So I'm gonna let Mitch just
Mitch,
jump
go
right
ahead.
in
Right.
with his presentation.
Something I have to do to
get that on the screen?
Abby might need to help you with that.
I didn't do all the Zoom stuff. I just plugged into presenter.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's not gonna work. You're gonna have to join the Zoom meeting from your personal computer. So if you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So every time I'm here is a whole new learning experience.
Me too.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's not
Yeah,
just me.
three.
So we're just
that
taking up,
invite information?
doing
And
technical so Mitch can
I'll just
present,
email
but
this
we'll
to
be
you.
back.
I can't seem to get this back to my normal screen here.
I'm gonna ask those ladies while they were here, because Patty mentioned that two
Come
ladies
on.
were coming for
Skip.
public comment.
But they didn't. That's not them.
There we go. Okay. What am I looking for?
Just what's right. No, I know, but maybe they wanna sit through.
MITCH.
Oh. I think they're part of this,
At
but I don't know.
HLP Aspen.
Just checking, are you ladies back, part of this? They are, okay, I just thought, yeah, Kelly just thought, what if they came for public comment and missed it, the chance? We'd really be
Aubrey's
disappointed.
the property owner.
Okay.
We don't want to waste any of your time, thanks for coming.
This is gonna be a long one before the next break, so. Give you a heads up.
Aubrey and her husband Bobby are the owners of the property.
Okay, great. Well, welcome. See how much fun we're having?
Now, let's see if I can get my emails to catch up. I haven't used this computer much.
Okay. Should be all the info you need coming your way, and then once you're in, I'll promote you to panelist.
Okay. That'll be easier than just signing into Zoom.
Yeah.
Just imagine at some point, artificial intelligence will take
Yeah, the links
all of
are-
that over and all of our jobs as
Signed
well.
into the Wi-Fi here. Maybe that's a problem.
Not in my lifetime.
Why
I
not?
don't
I'm gonna
know.
worry about it.
You're gonna be around a long
Looks like
time.
They can guess.
Yeah.
Maybe try refer. Oh, you're connecting to the meeting, looks like.
There's some real old
Tammy, were
emails.
those changes we talked about in the resolution or in the ordinance?
The resolution.
Cool.
Yep. So, I guess just while to
Well,
fill
while
in
they're
some
getting that
time-
ready, yeah, why don't you
Yeah,
tee it up?
so we, what Steve is
Quick,
referring to
meeting, yeah.
is, specifically, there were some old land use approvals that required some improvements to Capitol Creek
After
be
I haven't
done.
used this
It
computer
was
in a while,
like a
it takes like 5 minutes
2002
for the emails to-
GMQS commitment.
Street?
Capitol Creek Road.
Road.
I'm sorry. And so those, we brought forward into the resolution before you. As Steve mentioned, Andrew Knapp reviewed those and found that a lot of those conditions didn't really apply anymore. And so he did a site visit and is recommending some adjustments to those conditions. And one of those conditions refers to a curve right by the property known as the child's curve, and requires some improvements be made to that curve. I believe it's, I don't know which condition it is, but we have added a little bit more clarifying language within the condition associated with that child's curve to say that any kind of improvement that happens outside of the county right away, that express consent be given from the property owner that improvement would occur on. So that's the change to that condition.
That's on page 8 of the resolution. And that is condition of approval 16. Is what
That
that's,
was 16.
and it's also related to condition of approval 17. And the language that Tammy and I discussed is not reflected in your packet yet today, but when you all are to the point of making taking an action on the resolution, to the extent you're looking to approve it, that'd be a modification. And I believe there's probably a couple other tweaks to the resolution that I understand
Yeah.
Tammy has for you all before then.
Yeah,
So we
and
can package that all up at the time.
Just to clarify, what date are we looking at for,
Yeah.
we're at first reading here.
Also, good question. So it was noticed for second reading on August 24th, but staff and the applicant believe that turnaround time of my packet would be due tomorrow isn't enough time to deal with any changes that might happen today. So We're asking for an August 28th continuance date.
August,
Instead
instead of July,
24th.
August 28th. Okay.
Yep.
Great, good to know. Thank you.
With the presentation today or without?
Well, that's
With.
this
You're
is
still
the
gonna
first
do a
reading.
presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're
And
continuing, for second reading for,
Okay.
assuming we get through first reading.
Yeah.
okay. Turn your mic on there, Mitch.
Sorry, yes, turned it off to, while we were doing all that.
All right, we've got picture up.
Okay, looks like we're on. Sorry about the technical difficulties. All right, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Mitch Haas. I'm representing 143 Darling Farm LLC, which is owned by Bobby and Aubrey Epstein. Aubrey's sitting behind you, just met her. Really kind of proud to present this project to you. It's been, it's the kind of project that I think we could feel good about. We've been to the caucus. We had incredible support from the caucus. Comments like I'd never heard before from Snowmass Caucus. When we finished presenting to them, Michael Kinsley looked up at us and said, "This is no good. We need real developers. I have nothing to complain about here." And he said, "I've never said that in 40 years." I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much almost exactly what he had told us.
That's funny.
So from there, we've worked through this process. We went to the Planning and Zoning Commission where we had a pretty similar response, a 5-0 recommendation of approval. And I'm hoping you'll feel the same way as everyone else has so far. So without further ado, let me jump in. The property is let's see, no, which screen? There we go, okay. So it is formerly known as the Wieben Ranch. But this is lots 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7 of the 7 lots. Lots 3 and 4 are separately owned, not part of our application. So the Epsteins bought this property, I want to say, in 2020? 2020. Yeah, and we've been working on this ever since. Even before they bought it, we started working on this in the due diligence phases. And so it took a long time to put this proposal together and get it to what we think is pretty much just right. And now I'll explain. So what I plan to do is give you a little background on the existing entitlements, what could already be done on the property on these 5 lots. And then from there, walk through what we're proposing so that you have the context going in. The property is at the end of Capitol Creek Road, right where the road turns from pavement to dirt. That is, happens right in front of the existing ranch manager's unit, across the street from all the mailboxes. It's Capitol Creek watershed. The entire Wieben Ranch is about 467 acres. These 5 lots make up around 306 or so of those acres. The Wieben Ranch has been in ranching use since the 1880s and has been documented in books that have been published, etc. And had been sort of before my clients bought the property, I would say somewhat disrepair. The previous owners cleaned some things up, took out the old dump site where all the old refrigerators and cars were and things like that. Fixed some of the roads pursuant to the approvals they obtained back in 2000 to 2002, but didn't do a whole lot to maintain the ranch beyond that. I'm happy to say these days it's looking much better. It's been irrigated. There's a ranch manager on site. The previous owners had approval for a ranch manager unit that was required to be sold to a ranch manager. Almost 20 years went by and never did that. Nobody ever lived in it. Before the Epsteins purchased the property, they wanted to make sure everything was up to what was required of the property and all the past conditions. And that included finding a qualified buyer for the unit and having it since be occupied. And now there's a full-time ranch manager on the property. It was great. So this map you're seeing shows you the current lot lines and how they sit on the property. The big numbers are the lot boundaries. As you see, lots 3 and 4 are not outlined and or bright because they're not part of this, but they do fit into the puzzle that way. Neighbors, pretty much all the property to the north is McBride, Lost Marbles or McBride Ranch. Most of the property to the east and southeast is the St. Benedict's Monastery, and then to the west of lots 3 and 4 is the other St. Benedict's Monastery property. And everything to the south is the Child Ranch, Barrett Door properties and Child Ranch properties. This is a little drone footage so you can see it from above, which helps to give you a little understanding of the lay of the land here. The westerly side of the property, or upslope side, is where all the forested lands are. All that forested area up there, pretty much all of it, is in a conservation easement. This proposal doesn't touch the conservation easement or do anything to affect it whatsoever. And the property itself that we're dealing with, these 5 lots make up that lower pasture down in this whole area and that's Capitol Creek Road running along the bottom. So this whole area is what we call the lower pasture. Then there's this hillside that cuts through, which is wooded, largely gamble oak, fairly steep. And then the upper pasture is this whole green area up here. And that, you can see that little pond shows up on maps as the Weeben Pond. It's an irrigation pond.
And that's all owned by the same family?
Correct. So these 5 lots are all single ownership.
But, so the lots 3 and 4 are owned by this family as well?
No, those are owned by the Meeker family.
Okay.
Who, they've been communicating with, but they're doing their own thing. So those 2 pastures are the irrigated areas that we'll get to, and then the middle hillside has previous approvals I'll talk about in a second. So a little bit about the Snowmass Capitol Creek Master Plan. We've tailored the proposal, which worked out well because the owners of the property are very much, their mindset is very much in keeping with what all the values of the master plan and the caucus group's values are as stated in the master plan. So the idea of keeping open meadows and pastures, keeping them visible, framing views of them, having that be the dominant feel to the property, and residential and structural development being secondary was the goal, and having agriculture continue and be preserved on the property. And again, having buildings are subordinate to the natural surroundings. And the caucus encourages use of solar energy and alternative energy sources, and that's very much a part of the proposal as well. So, like I said, this really reflects hopefully you'll find the plan really does reflect the master plan goals. So a little about the existing development rights. This map shows the red lines are the existing boundary lines of the properties laid over our proposed lot lines, which I'll explain more as I go through this. That shaded area up here of lot 5 is all conservation easement. And if you could see it well enough, these sort of scaled areas that you see in the underlying all the other lands, the portions that are scaled are in a agricultural preservation easement today. And then this shows the existing building and activity envelopes on the property. So lot 1 is this big portion over here today and has a residential and accessory envelope that sits over here. Lot 2 is this sort of triangular piece down here, all along Capitol Creek Road. And this whole mass you see down along Capitol Creek Road are approved and still vested activity envelopes for residential and agricultural development. Lot 5, this is its envelope up in here. We're not doing anything to change Lot 5's envelope, and we're not proposing any development on Lot 5 at this time. That's kind of down the road in the future with whatever floor area is left over from what we're proposing. Lot 6 is mainly the upper meadow and has this activity envelope sits right along the access road that comes up and around this way. So it sits right at the top of the crest of that hillside between the two meadows. And Lot 7's activity envelopes sit on that hillside, on the steeper hillside. So that's what's there today in terms of layout, activity envelopes, existing development rights that remain intact and vested. Excuse me, the property maintains, for residential purposes, rights to develop 31,500 square feet of floor area between the 5 lots. That splits up, as shown here in this table. Here we go, in this table. Lots 1 and 2 are already entitled for 7,500 square foot residential development, and lots 5, 6, and 7 each allow 5,500 square feet of residential development, and that brings you to 31,500. Those past approvals, 20,000 of that square footage came from growth management allotments through 2 different competitions back in the very early 2000s. And then the other 11,500 are entitlements to use TDRs to fill out the rest of the floor area. As you'll see in a minute, our proposal is to cap all the residential at just the 20,000 and forego the rights permanently to the other 11,500 square feet of floor area. You'll also see in our proposal, these entitlements allow 5 residential homes. We are proposing 3 at this time, and remaining rights for just the 1 more, which would be more or less a hunting cabin type of structure up here on lot 5. The remaining floor area is somewhere less than 1,500 square feet. So that's the size that structure would be, subject to a site plan review in the future.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Francie, go ahead.
So the 7,000 that's vested, I think you said, is that not under the restrictions of the caucus now, where the max is 5,750? It's exempt from that?
This application was submitted prior to that ordinance going into effect. So you're correct in that right now, this caucus area is limited to 5,750. But like I said, this application was submitted prior to that date, so they're not subject to that.
Okay.
Yeah, and growth management allotments from prior to whatever year it was, 2019 or something like that, 2020, they're permanent. They don't go away. So the 7,500 square feet of rights are still there, but we'll say not to worry because I think we've done better than that. So
Yeah, that's great.
and then just to point out existing agricultural rights on the properties, each lot is entitled under today's code to ranging from about 7,100 square feet of agricultural structures up to around 7,900 square feet of agricultural structures based on acreage. So in total, between the 5 lots and spread across all these envelopes you see on the property, you could see under today's code around a little over 40,000 square feet of agricultural structures in addition to the 31,500 square feet of residential. So that's kind of our baseline of what's today could happen and in these envelopes that are, I would say, not laid out the most sensitive way they could be, and certainly not clustered the way we propose they should be. So moving on to what we are proposing, you see the lot lines were chosen for essentially 2 purposes. One, to keep the lots over 35 acres so that the well rights stay intact. And secondly, to have these 3 lots all come together in one spot so that we can cluster all the residential structures in one envelope in more of a traditional ranch compound format than spread all over the property. So what's proposed is revising the lot lines for lots 1, 2, 6, and 7. Lot 5 just stays the way it is. Of raising the envelope so that we can cluster, like I said, to a traditional ranch compound and achieve an agricultural complex. So what happens is these 3 lots, lots 1, 6, and 7 are the residential lots. And what was 2 lots before, lots 2 and 6 previously, become 1 lot and become our common agricultural facilities lot. So no residential development on that lot. And likewise, the residential lots would be prohibited from using any exempt agricultural square footage. So all agricultural structures would be on just Lot 2. And we clustered what's proposed for those down in this envelope here. This envelope that was from Lot 1, you could see the dotted outline a little bit, was the previous envelope. We are looking to shrink it significantly, keep a portion of it just for solar, a ground mounted solar array that would serve all 3 residences and the agricultural structures. In Lot 2, the idea is Lot 2 becomes owned by an HOA that makes up these 5 lots. The HOA would then be able to manage its use of the solar, its use of the agricultural structures, and the ranch manager, own the ranch manager unit. That's part of our proposal. Is it's never worked having the ranch manager unit be a for sale unit. If you have a trouble ranch manager or a problem employee for real good reasons and you need to let that person go, they still own the unit. It becomes very difficult to replace that person or force them out of the unit. So part of our proposal is to make it a rental unit owned by this HOA, rented under deed restricted terms to an on-site employee. And part of that proposal also involves demolishing the existing unit because it's in very poor repair, and we believe contains asbestos, and building it back in the same place in kind as new construction first, and then reusing it for the ranch manager. So all proposed development would be occurring in these 2 envelopes you see in the lower pasture on what was today's lots 1 and 2. No developments proposed on what was lots 5, 6, or 7. And will still be lot 5. So there you go. This is sort of the overview. Those are where the 2 clusters happen, 1 residential, 1 agricultural. And then they end up being linked by an irrigation ditch. So a quick summary of what the clustering does. We're eliminating development rights for 1 full residential unit. And up to 4 caretaker units. So the old approvals allowed each of the 5 lots a caretaker unit. We're proposing 1 caretaker unit right now. And that caretaker unit's coming out of our 20,000 square feet of cumulative residential floor area. We are decreasing the agricultural floor area exemptions by as much as 63%. So while we're talking about today's code exempts around 41,000 square feet of agricultural, and today's code says when you make a common agricultural parcel, you're allowed unlimited agricultural square footage. We know neither of those are real palatable to anyone and really aren't needed. So we're proposing an agricultural floor area limit of 15,000 square feet. And what's actually proposed today in structures for that is, where am I, about 8,000, I think? And the rest of that square footage is just for potential future agricultural operations expansion within the envelopes that we'd be approving now. We are eliminating approximately 36.5% of the current residential development rights or floor area.
Hey, Mitch, hold on a sec. Kelly, yes.
Sorry, does that make sense to limit all the I notice a lot of the ag, like the ag activity envelope is sort of far away from a bunch of the ag. And I just wonder how that makes sense. And then what's the mechanism that limits it all to that activity envelope? Because that isn't what we usually do for ag uses, right? So I guess the make sense question is to you, and the mechanism question is to Rye.
We have 3 ag envelopes. We're only proposing development in 1 of them right now. So that's the main one down here, which is right next to all the lower pastures, contiguous too. We're maintaining a little bit of ag envelope over here next to the solar array, and we've shrunk shrunken the approved existing envelope up here quite a bit, but we're maintaining an envelope here for ag structures as well.
Okay, and that would be 15,000 total,
Total.
potential spread among three
Right.
potential. Okay.
And what's
Thanks
proposed
for
now,
clarifying
all of those structures are down in here,
Okay.
and those add up to less than 8,000.
that. Okay.
So,
And this is what the PUD covenant would confirm.
Correct. And
Thanks.
yes, correct.
Thank
I
you.
don't think there's not a separate covenant, correct?
Not dealing with the ag structures. They're just, so the mechanism would be conditions of approval saying no future agricultural structures shall be within lots 8,
Okay.
7, and so forth.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
really helpful.
Correct.
Thank you.
The resolution is the mechanism.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that there couldn't be an amendment to that at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
yeah, our feeling was 15 seemed adequate and comfortable.
Sure.
But, you know, if the ag operations are thriving so well that we feel we need more for that, we'd always be able to come back and ask.
Okay.
But we felt like 15 was a comfortable limit now.
Okay, thank you.
So with all these changes and the clustering and the envelopes, according to our report from Jonathan Losky with Colorado Wildlife Services, we are shrinking potential indirect habitat losses throughout the site pretty significantly. His number was somewhere around 22 or 23%, reducing the zones of influence from development. We're moving development, as you saw, the existing, a lot of development potential would be right on Capitol Creek Road, which felt counter to the scenic roadway objectives. So this new envelope moves the residential cluster around 900 feet back from the road. And while that happens, it's at an elevation that's around 35 to 40 plus feet lower than the road as well. So we believe and with that, the area along the road has been not taken care of well over the years. It becomes a landscape restoration envelope. So it would be bringing the pasture areas closer to the scenic foreground, and then in front of that, restoring the sagebrush and natural vegetation with a landscape plan that ensures to keep open views towards the pastures and plantings in natural-looking groupings, which is important to the caucus and everybody else because it's a common spot. People stop and park their cars and look at the views, and sometimes people set up easels and paint over there. Michael Kinsley's used that spot a lot and remarked on that as well.
Is this the child curve spot?
I thought it was the child curve until I was informed by Steve that the child curve's further up the road on the dirt portion.
We're having signs made.
Yes, exactly.
Sign? Yeah. Oh, perfect.
None of us knew exactly which of the curves because there were 3 options. Was the
Okay.
one until recently. And overall, just reducing the overall disturbance potential to the property, as you'll see in a sec. So this image really kind of helps put it together in a way that's easier to understand. So you could see all this orange in the front was the activity envelope, becomes restoration and landscape envelope. The 2 development envelopes or clusters, you could see how they sit back from the road. We've used the 2 existing driveways onto the property so that we don't have new curb cuts or new access ways. This existing access came to where there used to be a home here, who my clients, their applicants, demolished that home, and that still needs some of the restoration and landscape work around it as well. It also had a failing septic system that's all been taken care of. And you'll see the road is intentionally curves and works around this existing stand of Gamble Oaks so that you don't have a straight shot view to the residences and to preserve those oaks. So the cluster here, like I said, is about 35 to 40 plus feet lower in elevation than the road here. This being the main curve where people set up and use their easels and take pictures, et cetera. So this pasture, the green irrigated pasture, will come forward, and what you see under the sage over here will be able to be maintained and enhanced. The agricultural cluster uses where today's agricultural buildings and ranch manager unit sits. This is when you're at where the road turns from pavement to dirt, you're looking at the ranch manager unit there today and the parking that sits in front of it. These old buildings, these two buildings, this one my cursor's on and this one here, are going to be not restored in where they are, but their materials will be reused on two of the new agricultural buildings. The other ones are kind of old. One's a storage pod, and one's other things. That'll all get cleaned up and taken out of there. And out of the back of the agricultural buildings, there's an existing driveway that connects it to the other main access drive. And that access drive is the main access to lots 3 and 4. But the main access for this whole property comes in through these two.
Where are lots 3 and 4 on that?
3 and 4 are kind of off to the side, but this grove of trees up here and this portion of the irrigated meadow down below here, those are part of lot 4.
Okay.
And lot 3 is down in the brush. Lot 4 remains undeveloped. Lot 3 was developed with a fairly smaller cabin years ago and sits in the trees. You can't even see it from anywhere. And then otherwise on the property, so these envelopes that were on the hillside, those go away, no longer existing. This portion of the envelope up here is also to go away and be eliminated. There was always concern from the McBride family and from members of the caucus that anything built in this orange portion would be so close to the crest of the hill that it would be too visible, particularly from the monastery and from Capitol Creek Road around here. So we've eliminated that portion to ensure what remains for an agricultural envelope is far enough back off the slope to minimize any potential visibility and would still be subject to site plan review. The Lot 5 envelope just sits there and stays there for the time being because nothing's proposed. An old accessory envelope back here goes away, which also makes the McBride family happy because they could see that area from their property. So this part of the green up here is McBride. This green back here is all McBride. And the other thing to see here is Little Elk Creek runs through this property, sort of. Many, many years ago, someone diverted it into an irrigation ditch and piped it. None of us are quite exactly sure where Little Creek is anymore, even though we've studied it extensively. There are thoughts of trying to, in the future, bring Little Elk Creek back to wherever its natural channel should have been and restore it. But we couldn't fold that into this application just because it's a can of worms of investigating, plus the permitting is Army Corps, wetlands, county. Yeah, so it's still in the back of our minds and still might be something we're looking into and pursuing, but for now, it just stays where it is. And it kind of just daylights as groundwater back here in the back of the property where there are ponds. And then it picks up and flows down the valley as Little Elk Creek again from those ponds.
So is that that's the low end of the property?
Yes, in the back of this meadow. At any rate, what you see is we've been very careful to go nowhere near the wetlands complexes or the riparian areas and well exceed the 100-foot setback requirements to keep the cluster of all of our development away from it. And hope to get back to it.
With the clusters 40, 50 feet below or 30, 40 feet below the road, I guess.
Yeah, 30 to
It's not in a
35.
depression. It's not something that's going to attract water.
No, it all just keeps going down from there.
Oh, so it's a slope.
Yes, and this whole meadow was traditionally flood irrigated, but I'll get to that. We're gonna.
Yeah, I can kind of see
master
one of the
plan
ditches over to the right of the road, the access road. I was just wondering how,
Yeah,
how
this
damp
is,
is it?
some call it a creek, so most of us think it's a ditch, this piece out here.
Oh, and there's another one, just a black, looks like in the photograph.
Right in here?
On the meadow. No, just to the left of the blue line.
Oh.
Where you were up.
Oh,
on
this,
that
yeah,
gap.
yeah, that's one of the laterals. Yep.
Okay.
There's lots of little laterals cut around the property.
So you're not building in the flood zone?
Correct. No, we're very much careful about that.
Thanks.
And then, so the other thing I'd point out about, where the agricultural cluster is there's a pretty dense growth of trees throughout here. and they curve around. So, and we'll be continuing some of that planting through here. So it's hardly visible from the road as well. And these were some of the view lines that we were, what we were trying to eliminate views of, which is development up in here. And then these are coming from by the monastery property. You kind of see up and across.
So is this going to stay one property, or are these lots going to be for sale?
This is, the whole plan is one property, one family compound. You'll see the way it's developed is not anything any developer would ever consider doing. A developer would stick with the current plans.
Right.
Spread out homes, privacy separate from each other, lots of floor area, lots of agricultural rights, et cetera.
Yeah, I just couldn't find that particular answer in the packet, so I was just.
Yeah, we're not going to commit to it can't ever be sold, any of the lots, but that's really not the plan. And the homes are all one aesthetic, all the structures. So all the residential was designed by one architectural group out of Connecticut, and all the agricultural is designed out of by Eigelberger Architects out of our valley.
Okay.
To keep things kind of consistent.
I have a question. I'm sorry if I had to do a dog swap, which I think you can understand. Is this the same ownership that it was under when I saw it in 2022?
22?
I mean, 2002.
No. Back then it was owned by
22.
the Caseys, Doug and Antra Casey.
Okay.
Now it's Aubrey and her husband Bobby, the Epsteins, and these are kind of your dream clients, dream applicants, I would say, because every suggestion we've brought to them has been met with, let's figure out how we could do that, not no or any resistance.
I remember the property from back then.
I was just wondering about where the pavement ends. It's a kind of a nice place to be located, but does it end far enough out that it's not, there aren't dust?
It ends right here.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was just wondering, would that be a problem for the agricultural management areas, the manager's house? Is that going to be a dusty spot? Well, are they going to want to do dust control on the road, or is it a problem?
No, it's that the dirt portion is county maintained, and it's somebody must put dust suppressant on it because it's not bad.
Well, ask Francie if she knows about that.
And
Picken County today is putting mag chloride on the road.
Okay, there you have it.
And we have these.
Got us both, Steve.
All these trees separating the road from that cluster got to be 60 feet tall plus. I mean, it's a tall section of trees.
Sometimes ranches are used to dust.
It's
part of
pretty
it.
incredible what they're doing up there in French Creek on the same day.
So this graphic was really just again showing that we're about 3 football fields away from the road, and sitting around 40 feet lower in this area behind this cluster of existing Gamble Oaks that obscure views of it, and how the road was made to kind of wrap around that.
So you can't see the road from the house, too. That's from the property.
Right, it's both directions. You'll see, we have scenic exhibits that kind of were our analysis. So you'll see bits of rooftops, but that's kind of about it. So this site plan, kind of a little colored version of how you see where some of the goal was obviously clustering to the maximum possible degree. And that's why, this clustering is why we've asked for the PUD rezoning and use of PUD, was to squeeze setbacks. If we stuck to these lot lines and the provisions and used the county's current setback requirements, it would have required we spread things out further, because you're not allowed to grade more than 30 inches within a setback from either side of a property line. So that pushes everything further away from each other. And the setbacks for these lots would be 50 to 100 feet on either side of a lot line, depending whether it's fronts or sides. So it would have spread it all out. So what we've proposed is for the cluster that the setbacks be just per the approved plan, so that all of these things can happen in a tight spot and keep it really confined. And the only other use we've done for the PUD was in lot 5 The setback would be 100 feet from the existing road up on through the pasture, and that pushes whatever is eventually built there closer to the conservation easement, closer to the wildlife habitat, closer to the severe wildfire hazard. So we've asked to reduce that to a 50-foot setback so that we're not as close to all of those constraints. Otherwise, those are the only purposes of the PUD here. So again, restore the land in the location of the former house, which sat right around here. Move the development far north, away from the scenic impacts, lower in elevation, use the driveways, and anchor the driveway behind the trees to be preserved. And then you can see there's a good amount of vegetation here. A lot of the idea with the landscaping proposed was to have it look like that vegetation existing kind of continued in and around the homes for screening purposes. And the same kind of thing happening around the agricultural structures. So adding supplemental clusters of native vegetation to appear natural while maintaining the view planes and screening development, and keeping the pastures dominating. So what you see here on the lots, without the lot lines, is a central main home. That's the larger of the three homes. It's slightly over 8,000 feet. It was 82 and change. It's now down to 8,100 feet. These two residences have been flip-flopped in the plan since we started. So the floor area numbers and things change around, but stays within the same total.
Yeah, so just to clarify, everything in the packet is what's shown on the screen, and what Mitch is saying is that since the packet was published, they've kind of manipulated some of the floor area that was in those charts of what's being proposed. They're still having a maximum of 20,000 square feet total, but there is a little bit of manipulation that has occurred since the packet went out, and they've
Just swapped the two.
swapped two of those buildings.
And so we swapped the two, and then lots of little tiny tweaks and cleanups, like eliminated a trash storage building and things like that. So just to balance it all, but it all stays in the same less than 20,000. It's really, it stays at 18,000 and change for this,
And
to
the
leave
two
a little left
peripheral
over.
houses are how big?
The two, which one?
The smaller ones?
So our today's numbers, let's see, I've got them here, so.
It
because-
doesn't matter which is which, I'm just,
Yeah, so the big house, like I said, is 8,090 square feet. That's this one, 8,090. Lot one up here becomes, this house is 1,900, call it 1970 square feet. And also on that lot with it is this little tiny building here, about 60 square feet, which today we're thinking is going to be solar energy battery storage. And this carport / greenhouse structure is another 1,100 and change right here. So those three are on one lot. So you got a residence of 1,970, a shed of 60, and a carport, garage, and greenhouse building of 1,125 square
and
feet.
then right below where your cursor is?
This
Yeah.
cottage, that's the other residence, is, where's my number here? 3,190 square feet.
Okay.
3,188, but they're called 3,190. So they're reasonable size homes.
Yeah.
And then this building is a residential accessory structure. Its total square footage is 4,065 square feet. About 2,000 of those square feet are subgrade, so that they have no
What is a
visual impact.
residential accessory structure?
It's got, well, there's a caretaker unit in it. That's our one caretaker unit is in this building. And then things like gym, there's an art studio. What else is in there? A movie viewing room, things like that. Accessory, just
Okay.
stuff that didn't need to be in the house. And was a way to break up the massing and square footages. So that it's not, so that we don't have any massive structures.
Can you tell us about the circular central garden? And
This here?
And then the pond. I get nervous when I see ponds on plans only because I
Yes.
worry about water.
Yes, well, this is, there's a lot of water rights on this property. And what we're doing is taking one of the main irrigation ditches from the agricultural area, improving it and extending it over here where it'll run kind of through these properties and into this pond, which becomes a central irrigation pond. And then from there, it flows back out to that other main ditch that you saw off to the right on the plans a minute ago.
Greg, can I,
Patty,
any
go ahead.
opportunity for that pond to have any accessibility for wildfire suppression?
Yes, there is the opportunity. The fire district doesn't really want it for that purpose. So we are going to have buried water storage tanks as well with dry hydrants. But this pond is also being built to CPW recommendations, so it'll be wildlife benefits as well. Not just wildlife safety, but also benefits. So that island you see in the center will provide habitat and safety for like wading birds and things along those lines. And we'll also have, may or may not have piscatorial use, we haven't decided, but the primary use is it's central to the new irrigation master plan that Heinz has developed for us, and that show you that in a bit too. So that's our residential cluster and all the
One more quick question, if you don't
Yes.
mind, about the residential cluster.
Yep.
So, I mean, I haven't found anything to object to yet, so don't take this negatively or anything, but it seems a little disingenuous to have an 8,000 square foot house here and then an auxiliary residential accessory house of 4,000 square feet. It sounds to me, excuse me, I'm sorry. It sounds to me like that's more like a 12,000 square foot house.
The original desire was a single building around that big, but you know the feeling was more of a ranch compound, and that these uses that are in the building will serve all three residences in truth. So it keeps all the other buildings smaller by not putting those things into those buildings. And while it's a 4,000 square foot building, only a little over 2,000 of it's above ground. So the rest of it is hidden where no one will see it unless you're in the building.
Okay.
And the soil from excavation will stay on
Steve has a
site.
question.
Yeah, we'll talk about the excavation in a minute. We've studied
Steve, go
that.
ahead.
So Mitch, looking at this map, the lower residence on the south side doesn't show a driveway into that. Fire trucks need to get to that.
Yeah, let me fix
Does
that.
the driveway come, how do they get into that?
So when we swapped the two buildings, right, this shows them swapped now. And I just put in all the little floor areas because I figured those questions would come up. But now it has a driveway extension into it.
Oh, it's reflected on one map and not the other.
Yes, and we had, before we swapped them, worked out a plan with the fire district to have a pull-off and access, but this is better for fire access.
So this plan wasn't in your packet, and one of the conditions moving forward from the P&Z was that the applicant needed to work more with the fire district and refine those pullouts and that access, like your question is, for that residence. So this plan reflects that change and the fire district's stamp of approval on those pullouts and access.
That's right. And then all the other portions of the driveway, these turn-offs and this turn, work as turnarounds. And there's a hammerhead stub here that makes this area work as a turnaround for fire trucks as well. And we've worked out where to bury water storage and hydrants. And so we're feeling pretty good on the fire district side of things and safety along those lines. And the other benefit of moving this whole cluster to where it is the wildfire hazard is rated low. Whereas previously, some of the residential development was in medium to severe hazard areas.
So the circular thing in the center is a turnaround, really, that's like a
Yes.
driveway turnaround.
That-
I didn't
that's exactly what
recognize
that is, yeah.
At first I
It's
thought, what
easier
is
to
that?
see it, I think.
Yeah,
I thought
I
it was
thought
a
that was part
domed
of the
roof on
building,
the,
too.
yeah. that
So you'll
was
see the
that
driveway
courtyard.
comes around and works its way through. This is a little bridge over the
Got it.
ditch
Okay,
that
I
connects to the
understand it
pond.
now.
And then this is a circle that provides access to the main residence plus this whole auto court.
It looked like a spaceship landing zone to me.
And one of these buildings, this little building here is a greenhouse, but more for residential use. It's using residential floor area. It's not agricultural floor area or exempt floor area. That's more like the hobby greenhouse. And then what you see going on here in the agricultural complex is you come in, this is the replaced ranch manager unit. The drive connects through, these are 2 hay storage buildings under one roof. So you drive under the roof into a auto court that serves the agricultural compound. And this is the main barn with the horse stalls, et cetera, with paddocks behind it, horse riding, outdoor riding arena, horse walker next to it. And then these buildings, this is a agricultural equipment storage building, another ag equipment storage building. These 2 buildings will be sited using the historic materials from the old buildings that are sitting on the property today. And this is the greenhouse structure. These 2 squares you see are kind of fruit tree orchard spots that will need to be surrounded in tall fencing in the summer months to keep the bears out.
Yeah, I saw that.
What can you grow there? Apricots?
All kinds of fruit,
Apple-
plums,
apples.
apricots, or what do you plan on growing?
And the arena is, I'm sorry, go ahead and answer that.
We have apples and pears and plums and cherries.
Oh, wow.
And the arena, is it lighted?
No lighting proposed.
Okay, good.
And, our full intention is we're trying to be very sensitive to the night, dark sky goals of the
You're
caucus.
at ground zero for the dark sky initiative.
We
up
are.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so we've been careful about that, and we're committed to the greenhouse not emanating light, et cetera, that sort of thing.
Steve has a question, and I also wanted to ask about the 2 parallel lines between the recreation building and the main house. It looks like
Oh, this.
Yeah.
That's landscaping.
Hedges
and
or something.
This is going to be a swimming pool if it works with the energy code.
Got it. Right. Thank you. Yeah, your external energy code, right.
Right.
Go ahead,
So
Steve.
Mike, it's not really a question, but a comment about the orchards. That spot is like the coldest spot on the whole ranch, probably. Ann Weeben's house, which is the old ranch house, was typically about 15 degrees colder than our house, which sits up on the mesa during the cold spells in the wintertime. So I think that the orchard should be put up on the mesa instead of down there in the coldest spot. I think the orchard would survive better, but that's a choice of the landowner. Maybe their orchard would have something more a cold, freezing tolerant kind of a thing down on the lower part, but I would put the more tender fruit trees up high where it would be warmer.
I love Steve's incredible local knowledge.
the best.
It's unbelievable, the depth of his local knowledge, yes.
Oh, and then the last thing he was talking about, a propane or a gas line that had gone in like in 1960.
Yes, I saw that. The intention now is to start the plants for the orchard up on the upper mesa and then bring them down here when they're hardy enough.
So that is the valley.
But,
So that's the valley floor. Basically, the valley floor is right through that. So the cold air from above is going to be flowing right down through the low pad.
I guess so.
Yeah, interesting.
Right, it's the second coldest location on the property.
Okay.
So the bigger question, are they Bing cherries, sour cherries, Sadan cherries? I'm just
Are you
kidding.
going to bake pies?
The cherries are really cold resistant. They'll be fine.
It is all for on-site use. There's no, commercial uses proposed. So let's see if I should.
Well, it's good you have that information because I put my garden on my property. I have a pretty big garden in the windiest spot on the property because I started it as soon as I moved there, and then I was like, oh, that was so stupid. Wish I'd had Steve in my neighborhood.
We have the same problem.
Cooper meetings early on, and he's our ag consultant, and he spent 8 months taking temperatures across the entire.
That's Cooper.
amazing.
Wow, good for him.
300 acres.
Wow.
Great. That's great data. Okay, what's this?
So this is sort of our scenic analysis. This is that curve where everybody sets up their easels and takes photos from is the view point. So this is what it looks like today, looking from that part of Capitol Creek Ranch into the property, right?
Oh, okay.
So that's sort of the area where we're talking about restoration, et cetera. And then this is our simulation of the after with the buildings. You can see there's a roof of a building right here and another back there. That's kind of what we're anticipating the scenic impacts of the residential cluster to be from that area. This would be character showing of new tree plantings and then sagebrush restoration, et cetera, going on there. So again, the idea is to keep the views open and native vegetation to fill it in and restore the landscape a little.
And you can anticipate irrigating those trees for a number of years, I guess.
That's right. Yep.
Drip bigger
And then we
irrigation.
did the same thing with the agricultural cluster. So today's view, looking at the ranch manager unit with this whole parking area in front of it. And then you could see back here some of the older agricultural structures and these tall trees. What I find is an easy baseline when looking at this is this overhead telephone pole, and then that's the road up to the upper mesa right now. Those stay and give you kind of a context when you see the revised version, because the buildings more or less disappear with the proposal, these being some of the agricultural buildings down in here. This is not building, but that hillside behind it. So that's like a building here, and then a little behind the trees, and there's that pole and the road still staying in the view. So really, we're anticipating little to no scenic impacts. These are the two old historic buildings that are not historically designated. We just call them historic because they've been there for we don't know how long. None of us are brave enough to go inside of them really right now. But the idea is to take them apart carefully and then reuse the materials for siding on some of the new structures. And then to keep the rural character, these barns are not designed to be your, gentlemen's barns or these barns that morph into something other than a barn. It's a traditional looking, low profile barn, horse stalls, nothing too fancy going on there, with a traditional aesthetic to them.
Kelly has a question.
Yeah, I do. I just noticed on a quick search of the Darling Farm that there is some indication of trying to use this for special events and weddings, and I don't know. I'm curious if this will come back as a special event request or special review.
News to me.
Approvals.
Is that in our packet?
No, but I just was.
Oh.
News to me. Were you planning maybe a wedding or something?
We told Cooper he could have his wedding there. But no, the special
She needs to
events
be on
would
the mic, too.
Oh, you have to come up. Sorry, you have to come sit at a microphone. Thanks,
Oh,
Patty.
sorry.
Should we be?
Getting-
And we do have some provisions for like family parties and things like that, but I just want to be clear if we need to capture anything.
What's your name,
in
please?
Aubrey Epstein.
resolution.
Great. Nice to meet you.
No special events outside birthdays. I did tell Cooper he could have his wedding there. Something that I didn't know if it would be considered a special event is I'll be a registered therapist, and in the event I decide to open a practice, open it in my home. So.
An equine therapist or not?
No, my
Just-
my background is in infant psychology.
Thank you.
Kids, autism, spectrum disorders. But I do not have an equine license.
Okay, because we do have provisions in our code that allow for expanded uses. It's just what little, again, I just found a little bit on Darling Farms is represented online is not character in line with what's being represented here, and so I just want to make sure that if we need to.
What are you looking at?
There's no plans to make there's no plans to make it a special event venue, but if there's an event or something here
Sure,
and
and
there
of
that
course,
comes up,
we
we
have
would apply
separate
for that
ComDev
permit.
approvals
Yeah.
for special event permitting and all of that, which doesn't need to be captured. I just wanted to sort of hone in on the representation that there's no commercial activity planned for the property.
That is correct. Yeah, we're not planning
this-
any.
for the
Although, if you end up with some sort of home occupation, we'll worry about that at the time.
Right, and we don't license businesses in Pickens County, but, okay, thank you.
But since we're looking at the stalls, how many stalls are you planning?
For 4 horses.
Okay.
Oh, within the barn? Yeah, there's only 4.
And no hot tubs.
Nope. Not in the barn, maybe at the house, but.
In a barn? Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's.
Some barns here have
That's
pool
what he
tables.
was alluding to. I know him well enough.
Not
They get
intended to
converted
be,
into,
Got it.
They
No.
morph.
Not intended to be what Joanna
Residential
Schaffner always
spaces.
referred to as the barn you have to take your shoes off before entering.
Right, yeah.
thank you.
We're on the
I
same.
think to the contrary, you want to make sure you have the right shoes on. So this map is sort of just about hazards. This is Jonathan Lowski prepared this map. So it shows basically all of our development is avoiding the higher wildfire hazard areas and avoiding the wildlife habitat areas as well. And it's all, the envelope is all 0 to 15% slope. It's as flat as you can hope for in Pickens County. We did already study our cut fill to, at least at the conceptual level. And our analysis is our cut fill is very well balanced. So the idea is we're not going to be hauling dirt off of this property. It'll stay within our envelopes really and be balanced. So this was done by Design Workshop. It's obviously, at a macro level before they get into the real details of building permit plans and such. But so far it looks really good even that includes the pond and the subgrade area under that accessory structure. And that stays within keeping of the overall strategy of just trying to do things as sensitively as we could. So the grading plans for all of this development are really tight and confined to small areas. That's part of why we were sticking with using the existing access drives and minimizing the need for, while bringing them up to county standards, for excessive grading on either side or cuts or fills for them. And then what you see going through the property is a little grading for an irrigation ditch that connects it. A little bit of grading around where the old house was torn down and the septic system that failed was cleaned up. And then otherwise really tight to the roads and the structures themselves, and keeping it to a very confined, limited disturbance area. And that's part of the whole clustering philosophy, was that the whole development be clustered, not just the final product. Okay, am I missing anything there? No, I think that's that. Here we had Heinz prepare a full master plan for irrigating the property, going from what was just flood irrigated on a inconsistent basis to a combination of flood, rotary, and sprinkler systems. Thought out, made sure that it's not going to be, so we got the residential zone separate, and the development zone separated, and making sure we're not flooding ourselves at all. And again, carrying the irrigation to where it needs to be. And part of that logic and why that was so important is not just for the irrigation and pastures, but also because this cluster of residential development is within part of our previously committed agricultural preservation area. So it's within historically irrigated area. So what we've done is taken areas that were not in the agricultural preservation, where we've removed envelopes, and added them back in, so they will become part of the agricultural preservation easement, and we will have a net gain in agricultural land on the property, even though we're developing within a current irrigated pasture. So this talks to that. So the green areas, so the gray is the home, the residential cluster comes out of the agricultural preservation, and this little tidbit here, which I'm not sure is actually irrigated, but was part of it anyway. Those get removed, and then these green areas get added back into agricultural preservation. So overall, we have a net gain in irrigated acreage on the property, and a good chunk of that net gain is right in the foreground along Capitol Creek Road, where it should help to promote the rural character.
It's like 1.5 acres of gain, right?
Give or take, yeah, I forget what the number is. Right now, it's about 1.5 acres. There's a chance we might eat into a little of that with a future amendment to accommodate an additional ranch manager unit, which the caucus recommended we might want another ranch manager, that one person's not going to be able to do all this. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission supported that. We're willing to do it. We just didn't want to stop this whole process dead in its tracks to do it. But we're already, the wheels are spinning, the designs are coming to mind. Our current ranch manager, Forrest, met out on the property with Peter McBride to discuss a possible location for another ranch manager unit to make sure they wouldn't be opposed to it. And that what we're looking for is up in this corner of the lot 6. Peter's indication was that would be perfectly fine with us. Obviously, when we design something, we'll show it to him again and try again. But that area, if I go back quickly, I don't know why it's in agricultural preservation today, because it's Gamble Oak. It's not. It's not a pasture, and it's easily accessed from this road. And there's already a dirt road that goes right to this spot. So it seems like a good spot.
Kind of like having two main
The
captains on the same
thinking
ship.
is, I mean, and we don't want to get too caught up in it because it's not on the table today or in the proposal.
Is it a classification of, is it a Pickens County classification of building or something?
Ranch manager
Yeah,
building?
I mean, the deed restricted ranch manager unit, so it'd be under APSHA terms.
It's not really their title.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
just like two ranch managers. would
But
be
the thinking now is we
By the
might
word
come
goes.
back and instead of the replacement ranch manager unit where it is, do more of like a smaller unit down there. And then make that same size unit that we were talking about, the 3-bedroom unit, sit up in here instead. Because Forrest has been talking to all the other ranch managers in the valley, and they're all saying, if you live in the agricultural cluster, you're gonna lose your mind. You'll never be able to get away from your work for 2 seconds. You want to be somewhere else on the property. So that's the thinking. So yeah, and it's still a walk, it's nothing. And so that's the thinking, and the hope is if we can get the plans done in time, when we redevelop and develop all the agricultural structures together, do the smaller unit, so that when we tear down this one, there's really no lag time before there's still housing. And then do the bigger unit later, and then Forest can move up to the bigger unit, and then this lower one would become more seasonal. That's the current thinking, but we'll worry about that when we get to a real proposal on it. So getting back to where I was, let's see. So like I said, a net gain, it would still be a net gain, but in no event whatsoever, even in the future, would we have any losses to the committed agricultural preservation acreage. I kind of talked about this already. So the planting strategy is really just to feel like a continuation, loose continuation of the existing vegetation down into around the buildings to help screen the buildings from the road and the road from the buildings and feel natural. This is the design workshop character that they like to throw in. So these are sort of keeping it natural, feeling out and around features, but in and around the homes, more manicured feels, but still natural. And then screening development and roads and with proper vegetation, and so you don't create corridors and view lines that show you anything but the rural portions of the property. Again, very cognizant of the dark sky goals, committed to no exterior lighting of roads or driveways, which is a standard anyway. Same with the greenhouses. And then these are other county standards. So the ground solar array sits off to the side in Lot 2. We found a location in that old envelope, which was originally Lot 1, that is really tucked in. It's an opening between all the sagebrush that's out there now and Gamble Oaks. And you can't see it somehow. It's miraculously can't see this spot from Capitol Creek Road. When you're going up Capitol Creek Road, the topography goes up, and there's a forest in there, and you can't see this area. When you come around to where you see into the property, the topography is such that you still can't see this spot where the solar array would go. And it's a good central spot to run right over to the driveway and be able to filter to the development. And we've also planned in our envelopes for geothermal energy. So when you looked at that site plan back in somewhere here, There's all those, all those circles showing up in here and around here and back in here. Those are all geothermal well locations.
Have those been scoped out already? Do they know they're not hitting
They've
bedrock
been
or?
initially studied.
Yeah.
We tried to see if we could do them under the pond, but the geothermal experts say you don't want to do that. Never works. It's a problem. You're better off in these other locations.
For road mount or for what?
Home energy, home heating. Yeah.
Cool.
Basic.
For the heat pumps, ground
Just
source.
for
heat
helping
pumps.
with energy code compliance.
How much solar do they anticipate?
Right now, it's only planned at the what's allowed in the code for residential. So, you know, 1/10 of an acre, I think, is the limit.
Oh, so for size, I was just wondering how many panels, but.
Kilowatts? Yeah, it's. I forget how
six
many.
Or 7 per house or something, or is it probably more than that?
More, yeah.
More than that.
Yeah, it's not a very large area. We're talking 1/10 of an acre, so it's, you know, that's.
It's not going to be huge. But
Right.
Yeah.
And all the buildings are also designed to be solar roof ready, all the residential buildings. It's just not planned. The solar experts have told us you're better off with a central system than on various roofs that'll be hard for us to get to and maintain and will be covered in snow and hard to remove the snow and et cetera. So
Right.
this was found to be the better option and doesn't have visual impact. So
I find my roof pitch isn't enough to keep the snow shedding off of it, which is really frustrating.
yeah, and otherwise getting up to roofs to
Right,
clean them
yeah.
is, you know, a safety problem and people don't do it all the time.
Yeah.
So you lose a lot of the efficiency of the panels. When they're ground mount, you know, a ranch
easier.
manager can run out there and brush them off. It's not hard. So then that's kind of our summary, right? So the whole proposal is maximizing clustering to minimize disturbance of land, minimize disturbance of the landscape, enable maximizing preservation of rural character and scenic values, conserving wildlife habitat, avoiding impacts to wildlife habitat, staying away from the streams and the wetlands, restoring the disturbed areas of the landscape, avoiding hazards, minimizing wildfire hazard risk, reducing the density and intensity. So going from 5 homes down to right now 3, with the last remaining 4th in the future being 1,500 square feet max, and really just kind of a cabin. And reducing the spread of the development. Again, we've cut the activity envelopes down by something like 23% in area. Water and agriculture goals are beneficial and efficient use, increasing agricultural productivity, and renewable energy. We're committing to solar and geothermal. We have begun doing a little looking into micro hydro. Seems really difficult, so we don't know if that'll happen or not, but we haven't given up on it yet. Given the ability to have ditches that flow down the hillside, they provide some of that possibility. In closing, I'd say, you know, again, this is clearly not a developer type of plan. Like I said, these are kind of your perfect clients and applicants. I've been happy to do everything that we've brought to them that were in keeping with the caucus goals and the county plan and land use code goals. And figure it's going to continue that way as they go, because it's all in the right mindset. And we're still hoping we'll come back again with, you know, another employee unit. But for now, this is what's on the table.
Great presentation, Mitch.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks nice. Questions, comments?
I just have a question. So you're not asking for us to deal with this resolution today? You're going to bring it back, right? Is that what we said at the beginning?
Yep, there's a second reading.
In August?
August 28th.
August 28th, okay.
Because we have an ordinance, so that.
We're hoping to have that all worked out and cleaned
The
up and
ordinance
ready
has
for
to
you
be a
to
2-read.
bless.
Right, but
We
we're not
usually
even doing
continue
the
that.
first reading though, right? We're not.
Well, we have to move it forward in some manner.
This was the first reading.
This is the first reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tweaks to the ordinance are just
Okay,
moving
all right,
numbers
I
around.
misunderstood
for the
what you
most
said
part.
at the beginning.
A
Okay.
resolution, I mean.
Yep, and there's an ordinance, as Kelly said, so that's why there's 2 readings.
Okay, question from Steve.
Okay, this will be more comments. I've got a whole lot of comments, so bear with me. And a
Fencing.
lot of these are taken from the text of the AIS on this and the proposal. It mentions 3-wire fencing for what is allowed for fencing, and it requires the ranch to replace all the old and existing fencing with the new fencing. So at one point it mentions having wildlife-friendly fencing by the Parks and Wildlife standards, and another place using standard county land use code wording, it talks about 3-wire fencing, which is worthless for keeping cattle on the proper side of the fence. So that's something we need a land use code change, but I always bring it up. You shouldn't be required to put in 3-wire fencing if you intend to keep cattle from coming through the fence from neighboring properties, for instance. So I just wanted to point that out. I think it should be changed in your application to allow for 4-wire fencing in order to keep cattle or on the side of the fence you want. Let's see, I gotta plug my computer in real quick here. Let's see, the second deed restricted unit, where that idea came from was that the caucus members really would like to have Ann and Christy Weeben's house left there. That house has been there for more than 100 years. It should receive historic designation, and we would like it to remain and not be removed, even though there might have some issues with it. You know, it is a 100-year-old building, needs some work. So the thought, I think, came from that people wanted to keep that house at the same location where it is. It's been there forever in everybody's lifetime now. It's totally a historic building. That's the building where Walt Weeben was born in, for instance, back in the 1920s. Yeah, I think it could be historically designated, as could at least one of the older barns could get historic designation. And you could get permission to build the second unit based just on that historic designation. Now, I know that the caucus members' initial take on the proposed location of the second deed restricted unit is not in the right place. We were really pleased, or the caucus was really pleased, that the 2 houses up on the mesa were being removed from there and brought down below, because there's a lot of visual and wildlife benefits that accrue from that. And now the proposal is to tentatively put a ranch manager house up there right where we just are removing these other 2 houses from. I think a location farther down and closer to the agricultural compound would probably be more appropriate. Now, I know that's not part of your proposal, but just something to think about going forward. Let's see, noxious weeds I think they're probably mentioned in some of the conditions. I just wanted to point out that there is a major oxeye daisy infestation right where the houses are proposed to be built out in the basin. I don't know if those were planted there, but if they are left there as they are, they will take over the whole meadow. All of that basin, lower basin, would all be oxeye daisies, and I just wanted to point that out. Those ought to be eradicated as soon as possible, in my estimation. I've been working for years. I'm almost rid of them on our place. And I don't want the neighbors to have a bunch of them that are then coming back onto my place.
Good point.
Let's see, keeping going on here. There's a page where you have showing all the various water rights. Let's see. And it mentions, well, let's see, on page 196 of our packet, and there's a number 5 condition. It mentions that the sandy ditch runs through the ranch property. Well, it does not. The sandy ditch is on our property, Capitol Creek Ranch. The McPherson ditch runs through the property. They have water rights to the McPherson ditch. And so the 3 ditches that run through there are the Green Meadow ditch with 2 branches, the lower branches of the Capitol Falls ditch and the McPherson ditch, but not the Sandy ditch. And also the location of the historic Little Elk Creek. Little Elk Creek is gone from going through the basin. I think it was filled in. All the water from it was captured, diverted in the Green Meadow ditch. But it's over more on the west side of the basin. There's kind of a low swale through there, and I think that's probably where the creek used to run 100 years ago. I would love to see that restored if possible. There is a mention about Julianne Epstein buying the house on lot 2, and I'm unclear as to did that entail the entirety of lot 2, or it didn't really explain that. It kind of, to me, muddles the whole understanding of the application. But if you could address the sale of that to Julianne, which and how that relates to the whole family compound and everything. Let's see, on referring to the part about the child curb on Capitol Creek Road, when we looked at it, it totally looks like the work could be done entirely on the county easement, and it wouldn't have to come into our property at all. It wouldn't have to, our fence where it exists would not be affected by it even. That's what it appears like when we looked at it with Andrew Knapp and you, Mitch. So I just wanted to point that out, but in the event that it's determined it would have to come into our property, that's why we wanted to have the change put into that condition, that it would require our approval if the work did require coming into our property. And let's see, one other thing I just wanted to mention, you didn't really talk about the wetland down in the very northern part of well, it would be on this picture. It's showing in lot 1 and 7, that whole lower end of the basin. That is the most amazing wetland probably in all of Pickens County that is down there. It's really a natural treasure. And there's a couple of natural ponds down in there. And I wanted to mention that we have seen sandhill cranes there at those ponds, landing and staying for quite, for several weeks at least along their migration path. And I think that's something that is notable and should be maybe noted in the application. I'd want to totally preserve, not have any of that change down in there in that wetland area, just because I think it's so special. One more comment, and then I'll shut up. The whole proposal is so vastly an improvement over what was proposed by Doug Casey and back in the original subdivision application, removing the houses from up on the ridge where everybody was going to have to look at them. They would be looking down on my house from up there. Everybody would be looking at them and looking at the lights, and removing those houses and clustering them down in the lower level is just such a great improvement on this. It's so much better for the wildlife and for the views of the neighbors. That I congratulate you on, job well done, Mitch and the Epsteins for coming up with this concept. I think you did a really excellent job on that. And I think that's the feeling of the caucus members too, that this is really a good application with some, asking for some few little tweaks on it, but other than that, I think it's really good. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
I had a
Anything
few
else?
questions peppered in there. I'm curious.
Yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
No,
Steve's questions.
Steve had a few questions peppered into his
I know.
comments.
Mitch has been writing them down.
Yeah, I was just wondering when you want me, but I can certainly address a lot of that if.
Why don't we? Let's see how far we get.
Okay.
I'm gonna cut us off here by 4:20 or so.
I still have
just
to
so
do
y'all know.
the whole code review section of the presentation too, unfortunately.
Right, so there's more. Okay, so succinct
I think I
version
could be
and-
quick.
Okay, let's do it.
So one of the requests I made for revising the resolution was where all the fencing languages is except as required for enclosing livestock. So we were kind of addressing that already. Hopefully that will, when it comes back at second reading, language will be acceptable. Yeah, we already had a major thistle infestation on the property, which has largely been remediated, and we'll keep up with the noxious weed requirements, and there's a condition requiring that already. The water rights and which ditch is which, it's really hard to know out there. I've left all that to Scott Miller as the water expert. He's got the water rights correct. Whether he has the names wrong here and there is hard to determine, but we'll happy to follow up and get Steve's expertise on all of that, make sure it's all correct. The ranch manager unit, lot 2 today is condominiumized, and so the unit itself is owned by Julianne Epstein. The rest of the property is owned separately by 143 Darling Farm LLC. The idea is when Lot 2 becomes a common parcel, we will vacate the condominium plat altogether, and that HOA owning that parcel will own the employee ranch manager unit and rent it to them. So that'll undo all of that. The child curve, which by the way is this one here, beyond the pavement ending. We've already drafted different language to that condition that would be in there for second reading, saying that to the extent any improvements would go beyond the public right-of-way, the underlying property owner would have to give their written consent to anything. Ponds and wetlands complex, thank you for pointing that out. I guess I should have mentioned that. We have no envelopes at all proposed around this pond and wetland complex, meaning it's protected. It would just stay left alone. And that's the whole idea, is just leave it alone and do no harm. The employee unit location, let's try not to get too hung up on that. We heard you. We haven't applied for that yet. We'll take that feedback in and reconsider as we move forward on that.
Yeah, there's a convenience factor to being close enough to the ag building, so if you want to walk across the barnyard quickly, you can, rather than having to jump in the truck.
And you got to balance that with the not wanting to
Not
live
wanting
in
to,
your
separation.
So we'll keep working on that. Another possible option has always been next to the solar panels over here, because there's a envelope, or in the back of this envelope. But we'll take everybody's input in, just like we hopefully have to this point. As far as the keeping the Wieben house, this is the first I'm hearing of anyone wanting to keep that house.
Is that the blue one? Is that the blue house?
That's the existing, yes, exactly. It's just, as best I keep hearing is how bad a condition it's in, and that there's legitimate, for reason, worry that there's asbestos as well to be mitigated. And it got to the point where we thought it would just be more economically practical and for long-term use practical to just replace it. It's not architecturally special at all, and it's certainly been manipulated over the years.
And we don't require historic preservation.
All right.
Steve has
Steve, is your hand still up?
Yeah, I put it up again. If you look at some, and we actually did historic designation on a house just like that. Now, this one was built by German immigrants, but the others down in the Emma area were built by Italian immigrants. Almost a carbon copy of the same house. They used the same design for traditional farmhouse in the Roaring Fork Valley. And so it is, you know, a historic design that is just like so many other historic ranch houses, farmhouses in the Roaring Fork Valley. I just wanted to point that out, that it could be well worth saving, and that was the caucus members' feelings, and mine also, to, you know, to try to preserve that just for historic reasons.
I'm not going to discount it. We'll, like everything else, we'll keep considering that. Probably would be easier than replacing it and leave us with less downtime of not having somewhere to keep the ranch manager.
Can I ask, was that in the written caucus comments?
No, I didn't see anything about preserving that
just
house
when
in
I
the
didn't
caucus
remember seeing
comments.
it.
Yeah. There was something about building a second unit and supporting that recommendation, but it didn't say anything about
It may
historic
make sense
designation.
it may make sense to propose designating it historic and for, you know, for the second ranch manager unit also. I don't know, I haven't analyzed those codes
You
yet.
have to.
You haven't dared go in yet.
Yeah, I haven't dove into those curves yet, those codes yet, and there's a
Let
new
Steve
code
go in
amendment
and
that was
check
done
it
with the
out.
Redstone Castle. I haven't gotten into that yet either. You know.
Right.
Or design the new house to look like it.
Well, it's above rattlesnakes and black widow altitude, so can't be that bad.
Okay. Do you want to stop sharing? So.
Oh, is that?
So.
Okay, we're gonna go to Tammy.
Yeah, unless you guys have more questions, I've got to do the presentation about code compliance, so it's a little bit less entertaining.
Save the best for last.
Yeah. Okay, so. All right, so, thanks, Mitch. This application can basically be broken down into 5 separate requests within our land use code. The first being the subdivision exemption for the lot line adjustment, the major amendment to a development permit, the activity envelope and site plan review, the special review for the CDU, and then the rezoning with the PUD overlay and the PUD review. So just jumping right in, this application was referred to the following agencies, and we did receive lots of comments. Those were included in the packet. So the first part of this request is the subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment. As you can see on the, I guess, left is the existing lot lines, and on the right is what they're proposing. The code criteria for that lot line adjustment are on the screen. And essentially what they're proposing is that they're not creating a new lot. All the lots remain conforming to the RS30 zone district. The lot line adjustment won't create any parcel that has a different, substantially different allowed floor area or anything on that nature. So all in all, staff found that this request complies with the criteria on the screen for a lot line adjustment. The second part of the request is the major amendment to a development permit, and there's 3 pieces to this. So due to the prior approvals, they're having to make this request. The first one is to reallocate the GMQS allotments between the 5 lots, so reallocating those floor areas. The second one is to amend that agricultural easement area, and Rich had all those great graphics showing, where they're taking and subtracting that agricultural area. And then the third is to amend the deed restriction agreement for the ranch manager house, or the affordable house. Affordable house.
Housing house.
The first one that we'll look at is the request to reallocate the floor area on those 5 parcels. So this is the chart that was within the application. As I mentioned earlier, Mitch has recently come forward and said we want to mess with these numbers a little bit more. So I've crossed out on the proposed residential FAR column, it's crossed out, and the new proposed floor areas are there. And as I mentioned before, it still adds up to that 20,000 square feet.
So the total line is still correct, it's the diversion, or the division that we're tweaking.
Exactly. So the criteria for this major amendment are 1 through 8 shown on the screen. So it's stuff like does not change the use of the proposed development between residential or commercial. It does not change the basic character. It does not constitute a new land use activity. It doesn't increase offsite impacts, endanger the public health and safety, and doesn't violate any other code standard. So reallocating this floor area, staff believes that this code criteria is met. And then moving on to the next request is the request to amend the agricultural easement area. As Mitch pointed out, this darker hatched area is the current agricultural easement area. And so as he went over, they're subtracting and adding in some of these areas here for a net gain of, like we said, about 1.7, I thought it was, acres. So again, here's that same code criteria for that major amendment. Staff has found that this code criteria has been met and that these are insignificant changes. Okay. The third item for the major amendment to a development permit request is to amend the deed restriction. Currently, the deed restriction requires that this unit be owned and occupied by an employee of the ranch, and the previous owners found that was a little bit too, I guess, risky, and so they just didn't have this unit occupied. So what their new applicant is requesting is to change that deed restriction to allow the unit to be rented instead, and APSHA has reviewed that request and finds that's acceptable. It will still be deed restricted, category 3, I believe.
Can you just attach those comments for the next reading?
Yes, I think they were actually in the application.
Under the P&Z?
They were integrated into the application, so we can pull those out and provide those. Yeah. Here, make a note.
Thank you.
So again, same code criteria for that major amendment. It does not endanger the public health. It doesn't increase offsite impacts. So all in all, staff found that this request complies with this code criteria. Okay, moving on to the next part of this is the request for an activity envelope and site plan review approval. These are blown up areas of that agricultural activity envelope and the blown up area of the residential area activity envelope. And the board is probably pretty familiar with the criteria for activity envelope and site plan approval, and that criteria lives in Chapter 7 of our land use code, and listed on that screen is the Chapter 7 criteria, including steep and potentially unstable slopes. And as Mitch mentioned, most of this, the activity envelopes contain slopes less than 15%. It's very, very flat. They are avoiding the so-called Little Elk Creek and wetland areas. Their buffer is well beyond the required 100-foot setback for that. They did have a wildfire assessment done, and that assessment found that the activity envelopes here are all within a low hazard area, and all those impacts can be mitigated. Lot 5, I believe, is within a moderate hazard area. They're not proposing a site plan at this time, And once they do, they'll have to comply with any mitigation recommendations at that time. These envelopes aren't within any geologic hazard area. They've also had a wildlife hazard assessment done by Jonathan Losky, and he found that there weren't any significant wildlife habitats in these activity envelopes that are called out in Chapter 7 of the code, and that would require any further mitigation. Mitch went over the solar piece of this, so they are proposing that ground-mounted solar area. They're also committing to making all the roofs solar ready in the chance that they do solar on the roof. Typically, staff really wants to see solar on the roof versus on the ground, but in this situation, there was a good argument that because these structures are so clustered together, it really did make sense, and it was much more efficient to do the ground-mounted solar array. I was very skeptical that this array was going to be hidden from Capitol Creek Road, but it is very tucked away. It's in a lower elevation. It's very unlikely that you would see those solar panels there. This is as Mitch mentioned, an image from Capitol Creek Road, and this is proposed what you would likely see from the road. Those trees are proposed, and in the distance you can see potentially some of those roof lines, but for the most part it will be quite hidden from any view shed on Capitol Creek Road.
Question about that. Is that part of why the 25-foot height limit was?
That came from one of the prior GMQS commitments.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a typical standard of our code. Our typical standard is 28 feet. So that was a commitment that is being carried forward to today's resolution.
Thank you.
Again, here's that same image that Mitch had for the ag envelope. I guess it's pretty self-explanatory. So all in all, staff found that this application complies with the policies of Chapter 7 and recommends activity envelope and site plan review approval. All right, so moving on to the special review for a CDU. This is the proposed, 825 square foot subgrade CDU space on Lot 6. And the code criteria for that special review is the following on the screen. So the first piece of that is the CDU compatible with the applicable master plan, and in that case this is the 2023 master plan for the valleys of Capitol Creek and Lower Snowmass Creek. And Mitch also mentioned some of those goals and objectives in the beginning of his presentation of that master plan. There are lots of other CDUs in this area. The master plan doesn't directly speak to CDUs, but staff believes that the CDU will not endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. It won't injure the adjoining property values. And all in all, I'll just summarize. Staff found that the proposed CDU complies with this special review criteria. So moving on to the criteria for PUD approval. A lot of it is very, very repetitive, but their PUD, as Mitch mentioned, is to essentially vary the setbacks. That's the main reason why they're doing this PUD. So the first code criteria is 24010C2. It asks whether or not changes have happened since what is being proposed. There have been land use code changes that we mentioned before regarding floor area. This code section also talks about the effect of the proposed rezoning and development on traffic generation and road safety. So some of these code criteria, it's kind of funny to review this with these standards because we're talking about a PUD. And staff doesn't believe that this PUD and the variation on the setbacks will impact this code criteria. The next section to review is section 23040I. Again, it asked, does this PUD comply with the land use code, the policies listed in section 160, and all prior development approvals. Through the memo, I've addressed all the applicable code sections, land use code sections, including section 160. Staff has reviewed all the prior approvals and did bring forward the applicable conditions into today's resolution. There were a couple conditions, such as the improvements to Capitol Creek Road, that have been tweaked from those prior approvals, as well as there were some conditions previously having to do with wildlife mitigation and restoring some gamble oak on the property. And so Jonathan Losky reviewed those prior conditions and found that they weren't necessary or relevant, and that adding in more gamble oak in some of those areas would actually not be beneficial to the wildlife, and it would be inconsistent with our wildfire standards. So we've removed that condition from the proposed resolution. Moving forward on the screen is section 24050I and 37030. These are the code criteria for the PUD for that section. Again, kind of repetitive. Does the proposed PUD, is it consistent with the intent of the zone district? Staff believes it is. They are obviously modifying the setbacks. I'm happy to just kind of skip through. All of this was really detailed in the memo, and responses were to each of these sections. So I'm just going to keep moving forward with section 37030, PUD designation and variations of dimensional standards. What's interesting in this situation is that the applicant's not proposing any specific setback number like we typically see, like a 50-foot yard setback, but instead they're proposing to make the setbacks what is shown on the site plan. And that's just because the way the development and the clustering of the development is, it would be very, very difficult to have defined numbers all throughout. That's fine. It's a little bit risky on the applicant's part in case they ever want to deviate from that plan, but that's what's being proposed.
And that's all allowable because this is a PUD request.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
So section 37030I is the preservation of rural character and open space in the rural area. And basically, does this PUD protect the rural area? And staff found that it absolutely does. It protects, those large agricultural areas, the wildlife areas. It really clusters all the development to a really small area. It utilizes the existing road cuts to minimize additional grading and impacts from those potential driveways. And it really does support the agricultural activities that have occurred and will occur on the property. So in summary, staff found that the application complies with this section as well. And then that is the conclusion of all the code sections that we needed to look at. So all in all, staff and the Planning Commission has recommended that the BoCC approve on first reading. For second reading, I should have amended that July 24th to August 28th. The ordinance rezoning the Darling Farms LLC lots with a PUD overlay and amending the zoning map to reflect that change. We're also recommending to approve on first reading, set for second reading, the resolution for the lot line adjustment, the PUD review, special review and GMQS exemption for CUD activity envelope and site plan, and the major amendment to a development permit.
Great. Wow, that was a mouthful.
I
Good job. Well done. Thank you for that. So I'm gonna bring it back to our board. Ryder, you want to say something? You're looking.
I just want to add one thing about the action items in front of you, because there was a brief discussion about it before. The resolution that is in front of you today is a formal resolution, so it's a two-read resolution. So you'll need to approve that on first reading as well, if that's what the board's inclined to do, along with the rezoning ordinance. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. They're
Sorry, I
two
was
read.
speaking really quickly.
No, I got it. I copied that.
The resolution is also a two-read action from the board, and the reason for that is because it does involve a PUD approval, which is, you actually just did another one of those recently, which was a two-reading resolution, so.
Got it. So they'll both be set for public hearing on the 28th.
As opposed to continuing resolutions, which we usually do.
Any comment from the board, or I'd entertain motions if you think you're far enough along?
I'll
or
make
if
a
you-
motion.
Steve
Unless
has a
there's a
comment.
lot
We
of
can always
discussion.
discuss it after the motion anyway.
I know Steve has one, but I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your presentation. As you know, Mitch, I'm pretty familiar with the property over the years. So it is a beautiful piece of property, and I appreciate the great depth of detail. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Tammy. As these always are. And I think we're coming out with a better result at the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see any tweaks that come between now and the 28th of August. And Mitch, I'm not going to be surprised if you come up with something new. So yeah, I'm looking forward to moving this forward today. Thank you.
Yeah. What about public comment?
And I also
Do we
took
have
care of
to
Ann
public
Weeben when she was in the hospital, so I've known the family for
Yes, we do.
40-something
reading.
years.
Public hearing. Is there any public comment?
She was one of my favorites.
I just want to see if anybody online. Doesn't look like it, but I didn't see that quickly enough. Unless there's anybody in the room, if you want to come up again.
Just Steve's hand.
Steve's got it. Well, he's board comment. Steve.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, as I think that on the ordinance, we didn't have any amendments, proposed amendments to that. Is that correct? All the amendments would be to the resolution?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if we're ready to have a motion, I'd be pleased to make a motion to approve on first reading the ordinance rezoning 143 Darling Farm LLC with planned unit development overlay.
I'll second.
Set for second reading August 28th.
Great, we've got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great, okay. Further comment, Steve?
Well, I could make a motion on the resolution. I don't know about, there are some amendments to it. I don't know, do we need to list them all out now, just for clarification?
I could have Rye do that, or
Or
Tammy.
I can bring it up on screen. I do have it redlined. There were just a couple really minor grammar things that were adjusted, but the main ones were the language to the child's curve and the floor area redistributions that have recently occurred. So happy to bring that resolution up if you actually want to see.
How about livestock-friendly fencing? Is that an amendment that?
It's already been addressed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Livestock unfriendly. That's it.
Let me see.
It's already addressed in the current language.
Okay.
I would be really disappointed if Steve didn't bring up fencing.
Okay. Let's see if I can-
I have never looked at a strand of barbed wire as I do today because of Steve for
Right.
how many years now,
That's how I
Steve?
feel about creeks and rivers.
Yep, I'm really watching out for that. It's very cool. It's really, the history of barbed wire is pretty cool.
Okay.
I had somebody call me about Tom Bailey's property along the road, because there's a bike trail there, and saying, well, all the rest of his property is barbed wire. I'm really worried somebody's gonna fall off their bike and land in barbed wire. So I went down and I walked it, And it is not barbed wire along the bike fence. The rest of
Ah.
it is, but it's,
They were thinking ahead.
even in.
So those are in
Didn't ride your
highlighted?
bike?
Yeah, so the
Didn't ride a bike?
revisions are in blue, if you can see that. So here that those floor area numbers are changing.
As Mitch said.
More floor area changes. Oh man, it's a big resolution. Floor area, and then number 16 is the child's curve. I guess 17 also needs to have this language added to it as well.
So we could approve a resolution as amended and as corrected by staff.
Do
It's
it.
funny. Now, does that amendment, just looking at that real quick, the highlight, just on the road work, it just seems like that isn't that obvious. Does that have to be stated as an amendment? Just wondering.
You know, it doesn't have to be stated, but to be inclusive and as thorough as possible, I think you might as well make the resolution if the board wants to include that language in there. I know that
Sure,
it
I'm
was
not gonna argue with
included at the request of one of the BoCC members, so
Okay.
I'd
I
ask
got
you
it.
all to consider that.
We'll consider it and leave it. I just thought it's kind of implied, but Steve may have Steve, go ahead.
We're certainly not opposed to including it. So.
Oh, let's see, I'm thinking of something else.
Okay. I think we're okay on this
The
one.
difference between a landowner reading it or having to hire a lawyer to tell them that.
So on one more amendment on page 2 of the resolution, number 5. This is where it refers to the sandy ditch. So in number 5, it says 3 named irrigation ditches running through the property include the Capitol Falls ditch, the Green Meadow ditch, and it should say the McPherson ditch.
As in McPherson, as in.
Okay.
And then also it says
Granddaughter's
Little Elk
ditch.
Creek is a small drainage flowing near the easterly edge of the property. What flows there is on one branch of the Green Meadow ditch. So I think that's an incorrect statement. Little Elk Creek exists on the property. It's more on the westerly side of the lower meadow on the property. Just to be totally correct in how it reads.
Hey, how do you spell McPherson, Steve?
Yeah.
P-H-E-R-E-S-O-N?
It's McPherson.
You can pull it up in the water.
Okay.
Law
Capital
letter.
MC,
there it
capital P-H-E-R-S-O-N.
E-R-S-O-N.
I saw your cursor hovering.
Yep.
So could I suggest that we have the resolution, when it comes back at second reading, reflect the correct names of the ditches located on this property?
Can do that.
Definitely.
Because, we've
Right,
got a
and it's gonna
water
get-
lawyer saying X and we have Steve
Right.
saying Y, so.
Better to sort that out
Yeah.
without us. Yeah, okay.
Of the meadow.
Well, if it's Paul Note or.
Lower Meadow.
Yeah, whoever, I can take them out there and show them where the sandy ditch is if they need. It's on our property.
It's
How much legal
it's Scott Miller.
access does
I
Steve
could
have?
have him give you a call.
I know.
I'll ask Scott to give you a call.
Is that
Okay, yeah, he needs to, for sure.
is that an irrigator-friendly fence between the two properties?
It's two strand.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, what else do we have, Tammy? Is that-
I think that's essentially it. We've
That's
made.
Okay, I think we're dangerously close.
So did
Yeah, I'm
Steve-
thinking about trying to make a motion here that would be, I would make a move to approve the resolution for the 143 Darling Farm LLC activity envelope and site plan review, PUD review, special review, and GMQS exemption for caretaker dwelling unit, major amendment, with amendments as just reviewed. Is that okay,
Set for
Ryan?
second reading on the 28th of August.
For first reading, with second reading on August 28th.
A second.
And we've got a second, Francine Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Congratulations. We got through it.
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah,
for hearing me
thank
out.
you.
Really beautifully put together.
Yeah,
Rich.
beautiful
Really-
presentation.
Really
The
nice.
green trees next to the yellow trees, that was driving me a little nuts.
They turn at different times. It was
the
that
cherries are
transitional
too
photograph.
cold.
That
and
was
the
design
apricots are gonna
workshop.
be
That
too
was
hot.
not Rich. That was design workshop.
That's
All right,
true.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, who are those guys?
Better than I've seen
Okay.
renderings with winter and snow and then green trees.
Right, yeah, we've seen that
I'm
too,
just-
right.
I'm just joking.
You're gonna see the fall, and then you're gonna see the fruit bearing.
Steve,
and
yeah, go ahead,
How many
Steve.
years down the road?
I just wanted to say hi to Aubrey. I'm sorry I'm not there in person to see you, Aubrey, but, it's good to see you on the video. anyhow.
She'll be here all month. Yeah, come in and, hey, come and hang out with us. You know what we're, well, you're, where you find Steve.
And you know where to find us.
Yeah.
Prevailing day.
Yeah,
I think
we'll
we did. Do
enjoy
we have
that.
open discussion now?
We've got open discussion, and then we're almost done. And then we are done. Anything for open discussion from anybody? John?
None
4
from
o'clock, four-wheel drive vehicle, no, what are they? UTVs.
What?
Monday.
I do just want to revisit my thing that I brought up.
Yeah. Kelly, go
nothing
ahead.
from staff. right?
Nothing from staff. Kelly, go ahead.
I just want to revisit the comment I raised this earlier during
About the city.
commissioner comments related to
Bridge.
engaging the city of Aspen on the bridge conversation. And, you know, we have requested, I think, time to understand what they're talking about. I don't think we've received it, and, you know, I just have a lot of concerns about, like, how is RAFTA weighing in on this? You know, is the EOTC gonna weigh in on this? Has the county ever formally historically taken a position or passed any resolutions related
Trying to tell
to
me to go.
the, related to the record of decision? Do we need to be concerned about a lack of a EIS or not? You know, I just think there's a lot of a NEPA, yeah, there's a lot of outstanding stuff, and we're not making
Well, I'm having lunch with
any
Tori on
progress.
Friday about this.
John has his
So
hand up.
I'll bring it up with him again.
I
Sorry.
want to hear from John.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's been a topic, I think, that we've brought up for joint meetings in the past and such. Sarah did offer to have staff come to one of your work sessions to do a presentation on the bridge, and I think we should take her up on that as a starting point for this board to at least be working with the same information. And so I did take the liberty, knowing this was coming up, to send that email, say, I think, you know, we should maybe do the work session. We hadn't done that because we were talking about it in the, you know, doing it as a joint session, but with our next joint meeting really taking place as a site visit, I think it would make most sense to try and get city staff here, and then we can follow up, I think, with a lot of these conversations. The county is a party to that record of decision. We are a signatory onto that record of decision, and we've also been a participant in, I can't remember now, it's 31 votes maybe between the city and the county on the entrance, but we've certainly been a player and our stakeholder in the conversation. And so I guess my suggestion maybe to start to address this would be to invite that presentation, and then the board can have a conversation following that about
I mean, I
additional-
continue to feel in a friendly posture about all this. You know, I do know that they have said, well, we don't have in our engineering studies, we don't have anything to tell you yet. You know, I think we're past that point. But I would like some urgency.
They did a very brief presentation at the last ACRA meeting, and it was still kind of, we didn't see the whole thing because you don't get a lot of time at ACRA meetings. So I know that Pete does have something prepared, and I would rather see it, I think, because there's a lot of public who will show up if we have a work session for this presentation, because I don't know how many of the public have seen it yet, so I don't have a problem with that. If we have to be.
Let's do it.
So I was supposed to
we
see
can.
Tori last week, but then with John dying, I postponed it. So I am meeting with him on Friday And it's about that and about the airport. So it's not official or anything, but, you know, it's
Just a
a
chat.
start.
Great, excellent.
And so I've already made that ask to staff, and I'll let you
I
know.
think Sarah was out of town.
Yeah, because
maybe.
I think we'll be asked, I expected an ask today from Terry when he was here, that we would ask to, if he didn't ask us to,
Who?
Terry
Guy who
Paulson.
talked
Oh,
about
Terry.
Yeah, Terry Paulson.
Terry.
Yeah. I had kind of expected somebody to say, hey, will you
Well, I think we're getting
advocate for-
pushed to do some kind of formal approval or comment or something in one way or another, but
Right.
I agree, until we have all the information, we don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
And Steve has a comment.
I mean, I would at some point appreciate some understanding of like our formal role, you know, like if they do something that is separate from what we were a signatory to, like what does that imply for us?
And I'd
you
like to
know?
understand how they came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, I think the
yeah.
question is, does three-laning the bridge negate the record of decision, or does the record of decision still stand? We're not party to anything on the Castle Creek Bridge. We're party to
Right.
the record of decision over here, so that's a question we have is,
Good question.
are they gonna keep that and just in case the bridge with 3 lanes falls down? I don't know.
I think it's difficult, and so we can sort this out. I think it's important to get, you know, Ryan and Brian in on the conversation, but the CDOT, I think, is in a difficult position in terms of approving or investing any dollars right now in the bridge without a change to record of decision is the issue.
Oh, okay, interesting. Steve?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, we talked at EOTC meeting several years ago when David Pesnicek was, you know, our person there. We did talk about various reasons for reopening the record of decision. It wasn't just about from the roundabout to Castle Creek and possibly Newcastle Creek Bridge. It had there were some other aspects of it that were valid reasons to reopen it. One being from the airport to the Owl Creek Road.
I'm sorry,
I personally think that the 4 lane should be extended clear to that part, so cars coming up from down valley could actually drive to the Buttermilk parking lot without getting stuck in the traffic jam by the airport. So that would be one change I think should be studied. A second one would be the idea of combining the Owl Creek light and the Harmony main light to Burlingame, making one traffic light and one intersection and eliminating the other one would be a major change. But I think both of those could really improve the traffic flow from in that area from the airport to the roundabout. And they're both part of the record of decision and, should be looked at also. So, besides the Castle Creek Bridge. Also, in terms of Castle Creek Bridge, I think there are really valid reasons to really desire to have 2 bridges over Castle Creek for safety issues in the event of a disaster. If you only have one bridge, if something happens to that bridge, no matter what, maybe it's a brand new bridge and maybe it could be disabled by a truck accident or something, who knows, I don't know what, but by having a second bridge over Castle Creek in a separate location, and I'm not specifying whether off of Main Street, straight off of Main Street is that location, or maybe there's another location, but just in terms of egress and ingress to the city in the event of a natural disaster where we have to evacuate would be extremely desirable outcome. And having just the one 3-lane bridge does not achieve that, because that could become disabled somehow. And then Aspen is still, up a creek without a bridge to get across, kind of a situation. So those are my thoughts for right now.
Thanks, Steve. So there's an argument for examining this again, and I appreciate that.
My bigger thing is, I really want to know what our role would be
Right.
in the Castle Creek Bridge if it required the rod to be changed, would be signature, is that bridge under our purview? There's a
And
lot
how
of
does it
questions
affect everything
outstanding.
else? Right.
Yeah,
Thank
what
you.
role do we play in it?
Thank you very much. I'm going to look for a motion.
Well, do we have any other
Move to adjourn.
open?
No.
Second.
You didn't have anything more, did you? I have a question, though. Did you speak more with Levi about stuff for CCI? You guys work it up? This Friday, right? We have to submit those? Yeah, okay.
I think we left that where staff was considering one on SAF and we were gonna revive the RET, but I'll make sure.
And look at what you're working with revenue generation. Okay, perfect, thank you.
And as I understood it, just to be clear, we're gonna resubmit the RET and then fold it into any other
revenues.
broader revenue discussions that emerge, but
Yeah.
we weren't proposing those.
Wanna
Is that
keep
right?
We have
that
a
word
meeting
out
on
there.
that tomorrow, so I'll find out what the strategy is.
And Steve, you had another question, comment?
Well, just to
You
comment
went
on that,
upstairs, I wanna talk to
if we can submit more resolutions or, more proposals to CCI, we can always withdraw them very easily, just say, we don't want to pursue this. So it's okay if we have more than one, even though we end up whittling it down to something smaller.
Okay, thanks. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Aye.
we're done. Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
Dora. Thanks,
Hello?
Abby.